side of the story and you're like, oh, wait a minute. And I'm not going to say I was thoroughly convinced by the representatives of the NHSPCA, but I think they did make some interesting points, some points that really made me, it gave me pause about some things. I think that there there's a concern that I have, and I think many other people have, that that there's people being violated at the hands of the state, and but at the same time, there probably, I'm assuming, are a lot of instances where there are animal abuse or neglect cases where the system is working excellently. It's saving animals, not necessarily from people that are intending to do harm, but just they've just lost their ability to know what to do or take care of them. And so I think one of my fears is I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think there's a fine line that we're going to have to walk with each one of the little parts, because there's several major parts in this bill, and each one I think may require some thorough thinking through. And I'm looking forward to the discussion, because I hope that people aren't seeing this so black and white. I think that there's a lot of gray in here, and I'm hoping that we can do something to protect people from ever being violated in the way that was discussed with the Lee case. And I'm not familiar with the Lee case myself, so I don't know what's true and what's not. But assuming that what was said was true, I mean, that's pretty horrible, and I think we should do what we can to stop that. But I also don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I tend to agree with you, Representative King. However, had I been able to ask questions of the folks that testified, I would have been very interested to know, for all the reports where the ASPCA comes out to investigate, how many of them have they walked away from and said, no, there's not a problem here? I just tend to think that there is perhaps an overzealousness on their part. I only because I feel like, in a sense, they have an interest, not only in humane areas, but they have an interest financially in taking animals away from people, and there's a conflict there that I see, and I think that that's something that really needs to be teased out and discussed, and for us to fix, because it's a problem. And this is something that is not just being seen in New Hampshire. When I went to the State Agricultural and Rural Leadership Conference this past couple of months ago, this kind of thing is happening all over the country from these animal activists or animal humane societies, whatever. They have been harassing farmers. They have been targeting farmers, and they have a certain set of beliefs where they don't feel animals should be working. They don't feel that farmers should own animals or produce milk or produce meat or whatever, and they will do whatever is necessary to shut them down. So I that's okay. They can have their opinion and they can have their way of doing things, but I don't think that zealousness should be allowed to disrupt and strike fear in the heart of the people who are producing food for us. So we have to figure it out. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, to some degree, I share your concern in terms of the humane organizations and the steps they take. I think that what we saw in Lee was clearly not done correctly.
Right.
However, I am also hesitant to paint them with a broad brush with having a fundamentally anti-agriculture bias. I think that I'm that may be out there in some cases. But I don't want to paint with a broad brush, and I don't see that as being a primary motivator in New Hampshire, which it doesn't mean that it isn't there at some level somewhere. But I don't think that what we're hearing from, our other larger agricultural states that have a different dynamic is necessarily entirely applicable to what we're doing. And so I don't think that should be, the way that, I don't think that it makes sense for that to guide what we do here right now. I think that, but one of the things that, well, I don't know how, and there are a number of details that need to be addressed.
Okay.
One thing that occurred to me that I don't see in the bill is is a clear method of letting the animal owner know all of their rights. So we do have one line in there about the person charged shall be aware of the ability to make the petition. But what I'm concerned about in the Lee case is that the owner was led to give up ownership of her animals in a way that she was not aware that she was doing that.
Absolutely.
And there needs to be there needs to be something very clear so that the owner of the animal is fully aware that if they say yes in this instance, they are giving up ownership.
Yep.
And so that's something I think we need to add.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm absolutely in agreement. Representative Kenny.
Thank you. The one thing that I didn't think of or ask yesterday was why in a couple of months did they offer Donna to buy her goats back for $40,000? What changed at her facility, her farm, that would have allowed that? And they also wanted to sell her back one of her goats at $400 that she just purchased. So I really wondered where did that figure come from, $40,000, and what changed that they could have allowed those goats back to the farm?
That's a good point. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It won't surprise anyone that my sympathies are entirely with Ms. Woods. I think she was treated abominably, and I was chagrined that the SPCA organization, which I have supported in the past, felt that nothing was done wrong. They wouldn't do anything differently. And that, I was appalled by that. I had heard about this case. I did not know the details. Talk about impugning motives. I think that was all over this case and almost implied that, owners can be mentally ill. And a colleague and I talked about the fact that she happens to be a senior citizen. And I think she was preyed upon. I think there was no way she was supported, enabled with the kind of information that would be necessary to stand up to what was happening. And I also think there's almost a dichotomy between law enforcement and humane treatment. Law enforcement is trained in a certain way for a certain job. And when it comes down to it, we rely on that. I don't think that it was used properly in this case. And what Representative Kenny said is so bothersome. So obviously the bill is going to be amended in ways, but I don't think the other side clothed themselves in glory yesterday.
Thank you, Representative Barber.
Yes, I had a question to, can you explain to me if there is in fact that financial tie between the state and the SPCA? I mean, what do they have to gain? Why are they our primary go-to for this type of case? I'm unfamiliar.
Representative Bixby.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know the full history of it. Commissioner Jasper might know a little bit more, but the one of the issues in terms of animal investigations is that they're complicated and expensive, and I think the idea of having the Humane Society is essentially deputized came up whenever that ended up in law. I suspect that it was a way of saving state money by having some private organization that it could be delegated to. But from what I see in statute, there is no oversight. And so there's not a direct payment to the humane societies, but there is a
Desire for
desire for
involvement.
them to take on some of the work that the state's not willing to pay for.
Yeah, I see Commissioner raising his hand. Would you like to step up and share your thoughts?
Thank you. There is absolutely no relationship between the state and any humane society. We regulate them, we inspect. What has happened, and particularly in this case, I mean, there was that confusing language left when last this statute was amended, and I don't know when it was, that left the officer of the humane organization or whatever it is in there, which hopefully will be taken out. And that was only for protective custody. Made no sense to have left it there, but we all know how things work with legislation. But we never recommend to any police department, any specific organization to take custody. In this particular case, this was totally instigated by the Humane Society, and then they directly worked with the police. And the state had, as a matter of fact, my inspectors were so uncomfortable with what was going on, they called the state veterinarian and said, nobody's asking us for advice. We didn't have the right to inject our opinions. And so they said, we're so uncomfortable, can we leave?
Yeah.
And they were given the permission to leave. So there is some tension, frankly, between the Department of Agriculture and the Humane Society of New Hampshire. And so that's not a place that we have actually, in my tenure, have recommended that anybody come in. We do give a number of names when horses are seized, when livestock is seized. You might want to call ABCD to see if they have space. But we'd never make the calls on their behalf. We might call someplace and say, do you have space available for this type of animal? And then we would say to the police, again, here's the list, and we happen to know that this organization, or, sometimes it could even be for horses, it could be the University of New Hampshire. It's a call to see if they have spaces in their stables, if the animals don't have disease. So, we do try to work to help the police because we do understand that they don't know necessarily who to turn to, but we do not have a relationship with any organization.
Anybody have any questions? Representative Howard and then Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't actually directly for the commissioner, so I can wait if people have questions directly for him.
Yeah, you may ask.
Okay, so this whole thing, I'm very, very confused by the whole story and the whole bill. I think that it appears to me that there are a bunch of steps missing. Like identifying expertise in a particular kind of animal. It sounds like some of the decisions about these goats were made by people who don't know enough about goats. The step between the person who observed, who was not an official in any way, just was on the farm, observed what she thought was a problem, goes directly, instead of talking, trying to learn more about it or something, goes directly to the authorities, and then the authorities seem to take a large leap too. So I think that if there's any way in the legislation to insert steps that clarify it, because to me the whole thing was just I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand it from beginning to end, from the story of the farm to the steps taken by the SPCA.
Thank you, Representative Scully.
Thank you and good morning. An amazing and sad tale that we heard, and I think we really should do something about this. I was going back to the testimony given by the SPCA, specifically the humane agent, and I'm very uncomfortable with the idea that without a third-party training and certification program, that person is any more qualified to make a decision regarding an animal than a police officer who shows up. So if absent that, I think they should be struck from the ability to start taking animals. I'm also, the issue of them, it being onerous for somebody to provide written notification of a person's rights, I also reject that argument. I mean, the police drive around with their ticket books. They also usually have their binders and folders. You can slide one of those in there and it can be available when the situation calls for it, especially if it's going to be a planned visit that could be done by the police. I don't think that's onerous. I do have one other concern, and that is that we are dealing with living things. And if they are confiscated for a later trial for animal cruelty or something, I think it's very important to establish the baseline of the condition of the animals at the moment of confiscation. Because if they're held for 2 weeks and they don't receive the correct treatment, especially if they already have an illness to be treated for, if you look at the animal 2 weeks later, I think it'll look a lot worse than it did when it was taken. So I just think we have to make sure that when they are, especially if they're going to pursue a criminal action, that we're very clear that the conditions of the animals have to be established right up front for any subsequent trial. And if I have one other thought, if I may, I'm wondering if this is also an opportunity to start to use the improvements in technology and allow some type of teleconferencing with a veterinary, a qualified veterinary. I mean, people have their cameras now, and if the person can't be there in person because of staff limitations, even to have them on the line and with the camera so that the vet can ask the right questions, show me this part of the animal. It might be a good to put that option into this bill to increase the chances that we'll have a qualified person making that decision when the decision needs to be made.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you say. I'm not sure about the telehealth aspect of it because it's one of there are some aspects of being able to assess the entire context that could really get missed, and someone who's holding that camera could be holding it very selectively. So I would hesitate to say that just doing it by a remote vision would be sufficient to really assess the situation. However, I entirely agree that there needs to be a third-party person who is not associated with either the accused or with the investigating or with the complainant, that can assess what the context is and what the condition of the animals is.
I have a question actually for our commissioner, if you may. In a perfect world, do you think it would be beneficial to have a special office within the state veterinarian's department who could sort of be a task force or be on call or be available to answer questions either by phone or if they could be called out to a report? In a perfect world, if there was enough money to go around, if there was whatever, do you think it would be beneficial to have that kind of resource within the Department of Agriculture?
I'm not sure that would be, even in a perfect world, if that would be cost effective because of the few cases that we have, although there, maybe one a month, I think, ultimately what we need is more staffing in the department to do the overall mission. What I will say is that, there's this case and there's a couple where I don't believe the law was really followed the way it should have been, because you got to step back. And I know that protective custody is what people think was being used here. I think there are fixes here that take care of that, so that will largely go away. If you look at the confiscation, there needs to be that assessment, and the assessments are done largely from the property line or from statements of people who are allowed onto the property. Because remember, we can't go trespass. We can't just go in and say, we want to look at your animals. And that was part of the problem that went on in the Lee situation, is they came in as, we want to help you, we want to, assist you. And that really wasn't what went on. But in most cases, you're going to have the court order. And so now the police department, when are handling it correctly, are going to reach out to us, and we are going to coordinate with them when we go to issue the actual court order. So we're going to be with the police. Staff from my office is going to be there doing an evaluation of the animals on site at that time. And then if the police follow our recommendations, things tend to go well. Sometimes the problem is, and this is part of the issue of not having a cost of care in the past, where we wanted all of the horses in a situation seized. They were afraid of the cost, being the town. So for weeks and weeks, we kept going back. We kept watching the animals they didn't seize deteriorate, until I finally told that police department I was not sending any people there anymore, because what you were doing to my people was cruel and unusual punishment, essentially, because they were watching animals just get worse and worse. But when they follow our recommendations and say, yes, these are the animals that we believe should be seized, things go well, and things are not terrible. There's these couple of outliers. And I think the bill addresses most of those, if not all of them. I have some suggestions to make the bill better that I gave to your chairman. But, there is definitely a problem here, but it's generally when the agencies do not consult with the department prior. And again, we get back to staffing level, and not every case requires that, but there aren't that many seizures of large animals.
Representative Bixby?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the clock, and
Yeah.
we have a hearing coming up at 10. This is extremely complicated. We're not going to get it solved this morning, even if we, just blew through worked till noon. So I think this might need to go to the subcommittee and have a chance for some more thorough work.
Okay. I think that's a good suggestion. Let's see, who is on our animal subcommittee? All right, hold on. Yeah. Let's see, the Animal Protection and Licensing Committee, Subcommittee. Okay, so Representative Comtois chairs that. We have Representative Kenny, Freeman, Haskins, and Sofakidis. So I will consult with them, with at least Representative Comtois, if I can get a hold of her. I know she's had a death in the family, but we'll see what we can do. And if she's not available, we'll have someone else who can chair that.
And as a reminder, everyone on the committee is welcome to go to the subcommittee hearing and participate fully, except for voting. So
Right.
So I think that this is not trying to exclude anybody. This is just trying to move it to a more efficient venue.
Yes. I would like to try and maybe arrange something that we can do either this Friday or Monday, because time is of the essence now. We're kind of getting, bearing down on our March 20th date of getting all our bills out. And yeah, this bill is going to need a little bit of work, and it also takes time to draft it through all else. Representative King.
Question. So I think based on what I've heard so far, it seems like there's a lot of support within the committee for this bill, but there's also a lot of work that needs to be done. If the subcommittee is not really able to fix it all before our end date, would it be amenable to the chair to retain the bill and then work on it over the summer and then come back with something that really is solid? Or do you feel that it needs to be done now?
I think it needs to be done now. Yeah, I don't want to wait another year. And I think that, we have enough information right now to make substantial changes to the bill. Well, the changes that we have discussed and the points that were brought up during testimony and so forth. Some of the more finer points will have to be discussed in the subcommittee. But I'm going to, in the next couple of days, work on the changes that we know that we want to make, and some of the other things will just have to be discussed in the subcommittee. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so another possibility might be, there are clearly some things that need to happen right away. There are other things that could perhaps be done at, on a longer time scale. It might be possible to add a section to the bill that creates a study committee to study the entire chapter and make further recommendations about it rather than just these isolated
Yeah,
points.
that's a very good point. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to, yeah. Get my magic gavel out for the hearing. So with that, I'm going to end our work session for this particular bill. And there will be more to come. So thank you all for joining us today and lending us your comments. And we will proceed with working on this bill and go along with the upcoming hearing. So I'm going to end the work session now, and I will open up the hearing for HB 250, enabling local governing bodies to regulate the muzzling of dogs. I noticed before we began, I noticed that we do have a furry friend in the back here, and I would like to know whether that friend of yours is a service animal or not. Okay, thank you. Because we don't allow animals in our committee rooms unless they are certified service animals. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's see now. We have, this is SB 250. Why do I not have that bill?
Nobody had it. I had to pick one up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I do need a copy of the bill. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do all the committee members have a copy of the bill?
It wasn't in our green packet.
No.
So yeah,
Okay.
people
Well,
need
let's
to get
get
one.
everybody situated then. You gonna hand that out? Okay, I am going to open up the hearing for HB 250, enabling local governing bodies to regulate the muzzling of dogs. And with us this morning is Representative Newell. Please come to sit, and welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the committee for giving me your time and attention today. My name is Jody Newell, and I represent the good folks of Cheshire 4 over there in Keene. This particular piece of legislation is a simple and straightforward tweak enabling local governing bodies to regulate muzzling requirements for dogs licensed in that municipality. As you know, we are a Dillon's Rule state, and so, of course, authority must be expressly granted to localities in order for them to do this. A few months back, our city council in Keene attempted to do the right thing in responding to a serious concern from a constituent after a tragic encounter with a known aggressive dog. In order to provide for the safety of the broader community of people and also our fur babies, the Keene City leaders proposed that demonstrably aggressive dogs be required to wear a protective muzzle when in public. I want to also take this opportunity to remind everyone that this is not only in the interest of the broader public, but also the aggressive animal and their owners as well. As allowing this dog to be put in situations for whatever reason, that for whatever reason have proven to elicit dangerous and seemingly uncontrollable behavior is like playing Russian roulette. The most humane solution in this situation is a preventative one. Unfortunately, in spite of their good intentions, according to the law, this was not under the council's purview. So it's up to us to pass legislation that will allow the city to implement a reasonable and effective solution. My bill today very simply allows them to do the right thing for their constituents. And with that, if it's okay with you, I need to skedaddle to get to executive committee in my own session, but I would really like to pass it off next to Deb to share the story that inspired what we are informally and affectionately calling Suzette's Law.
Okay, thank you. Who did you say you wanted to?
Deb, right here. She did hand in a pink card.
What is
Deb.
Deborah? Oh, I have no pink card for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought she'd passed it in. My bad.
I did not.
Ooh, these big chairs. Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name's Deborah LeBlanc.
I need you to be closer to the mic, please.
Okay, sorry. Good morning. My name's Deborah LeBlanc. 2 years ago, I was out walking in my neighborhood and 8 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden a dog charged at us, grabbed my dog's leg, dragged her across the road, threw her in the air. It was a horrific scene. We stopped traffic. She almost lost her leg. I had to rush her in for emergency surgery. I got bit trying to get the dog off of my dog. It took 3 people to pry the dog's jaw off of her leg. Come to find out, the police department told me, which I did report immediately, of course, that the dog that attacked my dog had an aggressive history and had a couple of months before had mauled another dog during a downtown Pride Fest event. If the community had been aware or allowed to order the owner to muzzle that dog, my dog or any other dog would not have been attacked. And it was a preventable solution. So I would request you strongly consider the fact that when dogs have a vicious dog, or pardon me, when people have a vicious dog or a dog with a bite history, that when they bring that dog into public, wear a preventative muzzle. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. I think I would have asked this question of the sponsor, but unfortunately I couldn't. But in your case, was the dog brought out by the owner, or did it escape a fenced yard, or was it always allowed to roam free? I'm just curious what the situation was with that dog being out on the loose at that time.
Sure, the dog was not loose. We were walking on a sidewalk, and the owner did have a leash on the dog. He had his head turned and was bagging feces, and I think his attention was not on the dog, and the dog broke away.
Okay.
And we were on a public road.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Representative Howard.
I had a similar experience with the dog that I was watching, and the dog that attacked, it was his second attack, and he was deemed a vicious dog and would have been put down on the third. You know, the police told us that he'd be put down on his third offense. So he's now tied up. He's a good dog, but it seems like muzzling is a superior alternative to life-threatening punishment. Would you agree?
Agreed. It's a much less severe, I think, alternative.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? And I have a question. I know you said you called this in as a report to the police. Did you speak to anyone else from the state or the Department of Agriculture or anybody
I did speak before the city council in Keene.
in Keene?
Yes.
So were the selectmen or I don't know what they're in Keene, what they are. Do they have like an animal control officer that knew about this dog?
There was no animal control officer in Keene at the time, which did compound the problem.
Do you feel that if they had an animal control officer, that maybe something would have been done about the dog owner or the dog?
I was informed by the officer that was working with me on the case that the owner was contacted and the dog was quarantined. Subsequently, I don't walk in that area of the neighborhood anymore. I'm now fearful, and the dog has been aggressive to other dogs. But this owner continues to take that dog out on public sidewalks
Okay, but
because there's no authority for the police to say you need to muzzle the dog if you take it out.
but the dog is on a leash and is under the control of the person.
Well, it was on a leash and under the control of that person at the time of the incident.
Okay. 'Cause I believe there are some statutes having to do with vicious dogs or whatever. Representative Bixby.
Yeah,
I'm trying
so
to find that.
if we look at the bill, the existing language is that the local governing body may make such additional laws and regulations concerning the licensing and restraining of dogs as it deems reasonable. And apparently the city's council made the assessment that muzzling was not covered by that.
Oh.
Because that muzzling would not be strictly, would not fit into the definition of restraining. That's, I can't speak to what the that decision by the city's council, but I think that it probably, if that is a gray area, I don't see a problem in fixing it.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate any other questions from the committee? Representative Potenza, you look like you have a question bubbling to the top there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This incident that involved your pet?
Correct.
Okay.
The one I have here now.
You might have already answered this or talked about this in your testimony. But I just read what the city of Keene came forward and does the city of Keene at this point feel as if this that we need this kind of like enabling legislation to be able to because they don't have the authority to be able to do this on their own in regards with
We're following the state rules.
okay.
Yes.
Can I ask what happened after the incident took place? Like, has there been, is there anybody liable for, the injuries to your animal, all of that?
Well, like I've stated, there was no animal control officer at the time in Keene, so it was a very unfortunate series of events. I got bit in my hand and there was no animal control officer, so the police department didn't know what to do with me. I got wrong information. I got rabies treatments when I didn't need to get rabies treatments. It was a difficult time, and this owner of the other dog is not a responsible owner and well known to the police department as being an aggressive person, and I didn't want to pursue it. I was fearful. I didn't want to go out in public. And now when I go out in public on the sidewalks, I'm always looking for other dogs, and I'm wondering, are they vicious or are they going to bite us? And I never thought of that before the incident. I love dogs. I've always had dogs. And now I think a responsible owner, if their dog has a bite history, really should put a muzzle on their dogs if they continue to take them out in public areas. Because this was all happened on a sidewalk on a very public street.
Yeah, there's two local constituents that have come to me recently. This is actually some of it was during election time. One of them was actually attacked by a dog, not on a leash, and nothing has been done. Ripped the whole back of her leg. So I just I haven't really spent time on this, and hearing now there's another story here that there just doesn't seem to be even a legal pathway that these things are taken care of. It's quite concerning. So thank you for your testimony, and I'm sorry what took place.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So I do see that we have in statute muzzling and restraining dogs, and that there are penalties for a vicious offense. $100 for first vicious offense, $400 for second or subsequent vicious offense. Was anybody fined in this attack that happened?
I was told that the owner was fined. Not to be flip, but the dog doesn't care if it gets fined or not. It's still going to bite the next dog or the next person that's going by if they have a bite history. That's the bottom line.
Representative King.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. One more question.
Yes.
Let's say this bill were to get passed and municipalities have the authority now to muzzle dogs. It sounds good, the idea of muzzling that dog, but would you feel comfortable having your dog muzzled as well and all dogs being muzzled? Because I'm not sure how the municipality would create something that would only muzzle the bad dogs, you know?
Well, dogs that have a reported bite history.
Okay, so in your ideal, the municipalities would create regulations for only dogs that have a bite history to be muzzled.
Right.
Okay.
I don't mean to have every dog muzzled in public, but if you have a known aggressive dog.
Yep. Okay, but just so we're aware, I think if I understand it correctly, this might allow for the opportunity for a municipality to muzzle all dogs. That you don't think that would happen? Okay.
No.
Okay.
I do not.
Thank
I
you.
don't think that's necessary, but so the whole premise is that if that dog had been muzzled because it already had a bite history, it would have been prevented. And that's my take on it.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in that scenario, who is keeping track of the vicious dogs? Where is the database that would keep track of dogs that need to be muzzled?
Well, I would assume the animal control officer.
So you have one now.
There is one now, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, she did call me and speak with me. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much, and I'm really sorry that this happened to you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you for coming and telling your story. I call, let's see here. We've got Daniel Dockham. Bless you. I need you to speak into the mic and turn it on. There's a little button there. There you go. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank the commission leader, chairperson, and members of the committee for allowing me to express my opinion. I'm representing myself. My name is Daniel Dockham. I live in the town of Gilmanton, and I've been a resident of Belknap County all my life, which is 81 years. There was a house and a dog in the house when I was born, and there'll be one in the house when I pass. I own hunting dogs, herding dogs, and house pets, if you want to say. This thing is kind of vague to me. A lot of it comes to morals, ethics, common sense, and you can't legislate that. But you know, nothing is said about hunting dogs, herding dogs. You can't have hunting dogs wearing muzzles in the woods. They're just going to get caught up, and you know, it's going to be a disaster. Certain muzzles don't allow them to bark. A hunting dog needs to bark. Same with herding. They don't need to necessarily bite livestock, especially sheep, but with cattle, sometimes you have an ornery animal and a little nip will get them going, but they can't do this with muzzles on. So without, you know, the way it's worded, I'm just, because I'm afraid how it's going to come out. But it also would seem to me, if you had to regulate this, I don't know how you, in a municipality or whatever, that it would be statewide, just like the leash laws, not each town or whatever, different. So I'm opposed to as written, and as I said, because of being having hunting dogs, herding dogs, and just a dog around the house. I live in the country. I don't have a neighbor in sight of my house. I like having a watchdog, and one that isn't necessarily muzzled. He can't do his job if he's muzzled. As far as herding, it's when you've got sheep and cattle. The biggest problems they have is during lambing time or calving time, and with coyotes, predators, a herding dog can't do his thing if he's muzzled. And I guess that's all I got to say. And I'll try to answer anybody's questions if they have them.
Do you think that do you think that a herding dog or a hunting dog that a city council might want to muzzle them?
I'm not sure. I don't know how this is, you know, all going to play out, but I have my fears, and I'd want to see a better description of, you know, the law before I would support it.
Okay, thank you. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dockham, for coming today to testify. We appreciate your presence here. Would you be more comfortable with the bill if it expressly said that having once bitten another animal or a person, that they should be muzzled if they're on a public sidewalk?
No, not
No.
in public, you know, as what happened to this unfortunate situation. But, you know, I don't think there's anything in there that exempts hunting dogs or herding dogs. And so therefore, you know, that would be my main opposition.
So the once bitten part, sorry, follow up, Madam Chair?
Yeah, oh, yes, sure.
The once bitten part doesn't reach you as,
No, as I said, I've had dogs all my life, both hunting and herding. I've never had one that was ugly with people.
yeah,
I wouldn't personally keep an ugly dog, all right? My house dog and what I call watchdog would probably not bite anyone, but surely would, you know, try
Make a
to
fuss.
deter them, and they're a deterrent, you know,
Yes.
for for that type of thing. But I guess I could say the cattle dog I got now, if somebody started to grab me or roughhouse me, that dog would intervene, but otherwise it would not.
Sure. Understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Scully, Gruber, I'm sorry, would you like to take your seat? Representative Howard, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So it would be more clear to you, or it would feel more more appropriate to classify it by exemptions of certain types of dogs rather than to specify dogs that had already been deemed a danger?
Right. Well, I think, you know, of course, hunting dogs and herding dogs really aren't out in the public. But I still would like to see some kind of wording to that effect. I mean, if it has, I don't know how you'd word it, any municipality or whatever, they had to be muzzled. That wouldn't bother me. I don't take my hunting dogs to town, my herding dogs either. So, but, you know, to me, the way it's written could be up to any kind of interpretation.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes.
Seeing Representative Bixby.
So just as a clarification of the way that the bill works, there are certain powers that the state reserves to itself. In fact, the powers of law are reserved by the state unless they're directly granted to communities, and which means that the issue here is that without our giving municipalities permission, they can't make any rules about muzzling. What this bill would be doing is just giving towns the permission to do that. And then if your town were to create an ordinance, you would have the opportunity to participate in your town's decision about creating that ordinance. So does that change your feeling about the bill?
No, I think that it should be like the leash laws, okay? In other words, statewide.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, sir, for coming this morning and testifying. Thank you so much for coming and testifying. The committee has no more questions for you, and we appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to express myself.
Sure. The next person to come speak is Bobby Williams. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Bobby Williams. I'm a city councilor on the Keene City Council. So after Deb's dog suffered this unfortunate attack, she came to me to ask that the city do something about vicious dogs that had a record of attacking other dogs. And so I did bring it as a suggested ordinance to the city council. And when we were in committee, you know, there was a lot of positive feedback on the idea, but the city attorney explained to us that there was just a twist in the way the law was written that meant that we weren't not empowered to do this muzzling, and that is that you know, Representative Bixby mentioned that there is, you know, existing language about restraining dogs, and one would think, and I thought at the time, that would apply to muzzling. However, since there's another section of the law that talks about a rabies outbreak and says that in the event of a rabies outbreak, municipalities can order dogs to be muzzled. Because that section of the law talks about muzzling, it was assumed that you know, that was what we were allowed to do for muzzling, and that superseded the law about restraining in the other section of the law. So I don't think it was ever intentionally written to exclude the you know, a municipality's ability to use muzzling as a restraint, but because this other section of the law regarding rabies came in, that changed the meaning such that we were not able to pass an ordinance to address you know, this concern that a lot of people have expressed about dogs that have a history of attacking other dogs in public. We did subsequently, looking for what we could do. There were, some fines that we raised the fine for a vicious dog attacking another. We raised that from $50 to the maximum of $100. I don't really feel that that's an effective way to prevent this kind of thing, but it was what we were able to do, and so we kind of feel like, being a city, we should be empowered to protect the public safety of our citizens, and that this is preventing us from doing that. And so you all have a letter on your desk from our mayor that expresses, it was a unanimous vote by the city council to send you this letter expressing support for this measure. So with that, having explained
Sure, Representative
what's
King.
happened.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming today. You might be the exact person to talk to on this issue. We just heard from the previous testifier that there's some fear that the law might be too broad, and then a city could create an ordinance that's too broad, and next thing you know, you're affecting people that live out in the country and their hunting dogs and their guard dogs and stuff like that. Can you explain to us how you would create or craft an ordinance that would help to address the issue at hand without being overly broad?
Thank you. That's a good question. First of all, we would make the ordinance apply to dogs that are in public. So if your dog is on private hunting land, this doesn't apply. Second, I don't really want to make this a permanent ban for dogs, dogs that have an offense to never be allowed to go unmuzzled again. I might say, 18 months or 2 years. But eventually, even fierce dogs get older, and we might want to give them a second chance. And then if they do bite again, then maybe that would be a more permanent thing. But I would also say, to the gentleman's point, every municipality is different, has different needs. The needs of Keene with crowded sidewalks, dogs walking around, they're different from a place out in the country. And this is an opportunity for the municipal leaders, the city councilors or selectmen, to respond to what are the needs of their particular area. And I would also say that I know that dog owners are very passionate about their dogs. They love their dogs. We all love dogs. And in the event that this would come up before the city council or any municipal organization, every local lawmaker is going to be hearing from their constituents about what they think about this, which is great, and that's how it's supposed to work. But I would be very surprised if a city council was particularly heavy-handed on this, because we know that there is a lot of constituent interest in things like hunting dogs and making sure that everyone's rights are maintained. And I don't think this is a case where anyone would be eager to overstep. But at the same time, we do have a duty to our public to make sure that they will be safe in the streets from a dog that might attack.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking over the legislation, it's literally just adding in one word. And I think you've explained it thoroughly in regards with, we already have law in the books that's giving the local governing bodies the right, of course, for licensing and restraining of dogs as it deems reasonable. So if that's already all in here. So I guess the concerns that people are making, they don't seem to me to be valid, only because you already have the authority to do restraining. So through your local ordinances, I'd like to ask about what first, now it's $100 fine. what's second offense? What's third offense? When is a dog taken away from an owner if it continues to not just bite and attack another animal, but more of my concern is the public. So when does that happen? How many offenses does it take before someone learns?
I don't have that information, but you know, the goal here would be to prevent that second.
Yeah, Representative Potenza, we have RSA 466:31-A, which establishes penalties for dogs and cats that are, muzzling and restraining dogs. And it cites $100 for the first vicious offense, $400 for the second or subsequent vicious offense. And then there is opportunity for the town or city clerk to, assess that and collect monies, but it should also have the cases disposed of in a district or municipal court. So at some point, it's supposed to go to court, as I understand the statute. But in any case,
Okay, good.
I just wanted to answer your question.
That's great. So
Yeah.
then a court could make a decision if, okay, that dog is, deemed,
As far as I understand.
okay, thank you.
Representative Gruber, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming to testify. What we're looking at here is an enabling legislation so that local government, through their due process, can decide whether they would like to adopt a muzzling ordinance. Right now, you currently have authority to take away a dog. My question is, does this give you another valuable tool along the way before taking away a dog? It seems to me that providing you a broader toolbox before you get to more serious action would actually be well received by a community. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I would say that's absolutely the intention here. We want nobody wants to see a dog taken away. No one wants to see a dog put down. But this is something that we can do that creates a measure of protection for the public without having to take those extreme steps.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure, Mr. Williams, if you're the person to answer this question. The bill doesn't say after one bite. So would you be comfortable in your city to leave that up to local government? We keep talking about it after one bite, but the bill doesn't say that. So would that be sufficient for you if muzzling were added as this bill currently reads?
Yeah, I believe, I don't have the language in front of me, but, the intention was always to apply to vicious dogs, which are defined in statute as,
Doesn't say that either.
well, in our city council deliberations, we have always talked about this as applying to
Sure.
vicious dogs, which
Yeah.
are defined as dogs that have bitten.
Okay.
Representative
understood.
Bixby?
Yeah, just for your information, the reference in statute for a vicious dog is 466:31.
If I may ask, does that mean that doesn't have to be in this particular bill because it's in the
It
statute?
muzzling is not listed as a remedy within 466:31 or 466:31A,
But it's spoken
which is the
for 'cause
penalties.
it's in
So the
statute.
definition of vicious is here, but it doesn't, but the remedy is a range of things from fines to confiscation. Muzzling is not listed as a remedy
Okay,
in
I got it.
466A.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just sort of briefly. I know that in other towns and cities, they have allow muzzling for dog breeds, certain breeds of dogs. And that would not be part of your ordinance, would it?
No, I would be opposed to any breed-based muzzling ordinance. This is behavior-based, and I think that's how it should be.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to come and testify to our committee this morning.
Thank you very much.
I would like to call Kyle Baker.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Baker. I'm with the law firm Rath Young and Pignatelli, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. New Hampshire Wildlife Federation is a 92-year-old nonpartisan nonprofit organization that advocates for the ability to hunt, fish, and trap in New Hampshire. We're here to talk. Some of our concerns have already been outlined by Mr. Dockham. We're mainly concerned with the potential unintended consequences and effects on hunting dogs. Hunting dogs are currently exempted under 466-31 regarding sort of the leash laws, the at-large requirements that a dog be on a leash when it's off of the owner's property. Hunting dogs are exempted from there. Hunting dogs are highly trained. Otherwise, no one would be hunting with them because they would be ineffective. So there's some concerns that we have because of that. 466 also, as it's already been mentioned here, delves into what the definition of a vicious dog would be. Talks about, specifically mentions a dog that is out of control, whether or not it's under on the leash. It doesn't specify. It says if it bites another dog, another domestic animal or game animal would be considered, and that allows law enforcement to seize the dog and a court order to determine what could happen there. So understanding that there's a desire to move something away to stop a attack having to happen before the law kicks in to do something about it, we would suggest, adding some more specificity around it. It sounds like Keene wants to do a fantastic, thoughtful job of designing an ordinance, but we'd feel more comfortable if there was a few more guardrails in place around how muzzling would be impacted. Licensing, muzzling, and restraining, as it's listed in 466-39, are three very different things and have very different effects on the dog. So potentially an idea might be removing muzzling from 466-39 and coming up with a more specific parameter along the lines of saying that a municipality may create an ordinance requiring, Representative Haskins, you talked about it, requiring a dog that has a history of biting other dogs to be muzzled. And coming up with something a little bit more specific around there, I think would definitely address our concerns. But happy to work with the committee, the sponsor, and the advocates, or answer any questions that folks may have.
Representative Bixby.
Do you think this provision for muzzling would be better located in 466-31 or 31A?
I think 31 is has a lot of specifics. I think it's like A through T or something along those lines. There's a lot of specifics. So maybe making it a remedy for the court when the court is issuing an order on what happens in those cases, that a court order may include requiring that dog to be muzzled when it's in a public place. Allows for some more due process and ability to folks to make their case as well, rather than just a blanket ordinance.
Go ahead.
So I'm concerned about about a case having to go through the court, because it seems like this is something that could be done better at the administrative level within the municipality, rather than requiring it to go through the court cycle, which can be very long and drawn out and expensive.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm sort of agnostic on where it happens as far as that. I think as long as there's some sort of specificity that says, if a municipality or, the city of Keene, since they're here, I'll use them as an example, and saying, we want, if a dog has a history of biting other dogs, if that dog wants to operate on Main Street and they want to be walked on Main Street, it has to have a muzzle on it, versus just saying, if someone is out on town land with their dogs, it has to have a muzzle on it. My reading, and I don't think I don't think it's the intent of the legislation to be broad and capture all dogs, but if I want to use my hunting dogs on town pasture land, the town may approve bird hunting on its pasture land, and I'm using my dogs on pasture land, and they have an ordinance in place that says all dogs in public must have a muzzle on it, and I don't think that's anybody's intent, but the language here would allow for something along those lines, and that's why we have the concern. So as long as there's some sort of guardrails, whether that's a remedy for the court or just saying that a municipality can pass an ordinance regarding a dog with a violence history, something along those lines would be amenable to us.
Follow up, yeah.
So the key thing would be to make sure that whatever we pass indicates that muzzling is a remedy for a dog that is behaving viciously.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for coming today. I call Nancy LeBlanc. Is there a Nancy LeBlanc from Dunbarton? Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Environment and Agriculture. And please let us know your name, where you're from, and let us know what you'd like to tell us.
Nancy LeBlanc. I'm from Dunbarton, New Hampshire. And I didn't know I was coming out to talk.
Oh, okay. Would you prefer not to say anything?
Well, I'm Debbie's mother. And she went through a lot emotionally when this happened. And I do believe that when a dog attacks for the first time, the second, it should be muzzled. It should be muzzled. That's all I can say.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming up and speaking with us. The last pink card I have, if anybody else wishes to speak, please send up a pink card on this HB 250. The last person I have to speak is Stacy Ober. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Aaron, members of the committee. My name's Stacy Ober. I'm the New England Government Relations Manager for the American Kennel Club. We're a recognized expert in canine health, breeding, training, and responsible dog ownership. I wanted to comment this morning on House Bill 250, and note that this committee entertained a bill last session, for instance, where a similar issue had happened with dangerous dogs and asking for additional tools. The American Kennel Club believes that there should be a response based on the deed, not the breed of the dog. And unfortunately, across the country, our department does see on occasion where a county or a city or an ordinance in response to a particular attack may adopt discriminatory language based on a breed, whether it's a pit bull or maybe it was a German Shepherd. And what we know is that when there is that type of discrimination, for instance, what can happen to dog owners is they can be discriminated against even in their rental insurance or their homeowner's insurance, where insurers will say, oh, you own a Rottweiler, we either won't provide insurance or we're going to escalate the premium, even though your particular dog may not have any dangerous behavior. So in looking at the bill, I think it fails to recognize that the attempt here is to associate muzzling requirements with a dog that has been identified as dangerous. I will say that the International Municipal Lawyers Association has model ordinance language on how to go about identifying a potentially dangerous dog. What is a dangerous dog? It has all sorts of due process protections. It's quite lengthy. I'm happy to share it with the committee, but in looking at the RSA specifically that you were referring to that New Hampshire has on the books, which is 466:31, it defines vicious dog under 2G. If whether alone or in a pack with other dogs, it bites, attacks, or preys on game, animals, domestic animals, fowl, or human beings. So that's a broad definition, but there's no procedure or process for identifying, for the town to identify or label a particular dog as dangerous and then even monitor their behavior on whether there's subsequent attacks or incidents where the owner failed to comply with the language in your statute that says they could have an order to restrain the dog. I think it's arguable whether restrain includes muzzling, but likewise, just putting muzzling in here may not be sufficient. your statute also allows taking custody of the animal, and you're hearing testimony where that may not be even the second line of action that you'd like to take. So I just wanted to note that some states have statutes that really provide some guidance to municipalities around an ordinance that they might want to consider adopting. And some of the tools that are included are not just muzzling, but I thought I would just name a few. Like I said, almost a statutory roadmap to help cities and towns to identify. They may want to adopt an ordinance that there needs to be a way to identify a dog once it's labeled as dangerous, so requiring a microchip or a tattoo or something of that nature so you can track it. It might also require remedial action, that the owner go to behavior training with the dog so that that behavior is not repeated. It may outline ways to humanely restrain the dog, other than just saying when it's out off your property, you have to have it muzzled, and even proof of insurance against claims of loss, damage, injury to people, animals, or property. So these are all the kinds of provisions that actually put into place, I think, a public safety mechanism to ensure that someone that owns a dangerous dog is held accountable. The last thing I'll say is that the statute appears to not address instances where, and typically it comes down to, in identifying a dog as dangerous, whether or not the dog was provoked. And I don't see any language in your statute in that regard. So oftentimes in state law, you'll see, okay, if there was a bite injury or whatnot, were these exceptions in place? Was the person trespassing? Clear that's not the incident here. Was the dog provoked? Have you ever seen young kids go by a vehicle and stick sticks into a window to try and provoke an animal in there and tease it? So I'm happy to provide that kind of language if the committee wanted to look at what other states have had almost as some kind of goalposts or whatever for their statutes. So thank you for your attention.
I'd be delighted to see that kind of language, personally. Any questions for Ms. Ober? Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So would you make an exception for a dog that was provoked, but did great bodily harm to another pet or a person?
So typically what we see is there could be, when I talked about the due process, a procedure where the dog owner would get a complaint, and in short order there would be a hearing of select board members, or sometimes it's even the animal control officer themselves, in trying to hear from both sides of the story and making a determination whether or not the dog has been labeled dangerous. And frequently there's even a process for taking that label off. As you heard earlier, sometimes after remediation, behavior training, maybe that label is no longer appropriate. So I'm happy to provide language around that process that local authorities could use.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I would love to see that model language. Do you have a sense of whether it would make more sense to include that in 431 or 431A, or in 439, which the current bill uses? So 466:31A.
In my experience from an attorney drafting standpoint, I've seen it typically under the authority of municipalities. So under the statute that allows municipalities to license dogs and gives them all of that kind of control, because that's where it's local laws that typically are where control of dogs takes place. You already have over in another section, however, the provisions, around addressing dogs as a menace, nuisance, or vicious dogs. So I can't answer specifically for New Hampshire, but you have two places, I think, where it logically could go.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much for coming and testifying on this bill. Representative Scully, please take your seat. You can bring the blue sheet with you if you like. Bring the blue sheet with you if you like for HB 250. And okay, let's see here. I'm going to say we have on the online portal, we have 7 people in support of this bill and 7 people in opposition. And on the blue sheet, we have 3 people in support and 3 people in opposition. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 250. And I want to thank everybody who showed up today to come and testify on that bill. Okay, moving right along, we have at 11 o'clock here, HB 424, directing the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food to create forms for businesses to request information about service animals and establishing a committee to study the protection of business owners from requests to accommodate customers with fraudulent or untrained service animals. So, before we have start our hearing, I did request our committee researcher to provide us some information on state and federal laws governing service animals, so that we are familiar with what the different requirements are. The questions that I asked her to research were: what does New Hampshire law require regarding service animals? What does federal law require regarding service animals? Do service animals have to be registered? Is there a mechanism to determine the legitimacy of a purported service animal? Is it legally permissible to ask a service animal owner for documentation to prove the service animal's status? Is there a difference between a service animal and an emotional support animal? What species of animals are accepted as service animals? What are businesses required to do regarding service animals? And are there any locations where use of service animals are prohibited? So I'm just going to pass copies of this report out to you. You can look at it after this hearing to become more familiar with how we deal with this. And then we will proceed with our hearing. Does everybody have a copy of the bill, by the way? This is HB 424. Does everybody have a copy of the bill? Okay. I am going to open up the hearing for HB 424. And I invite Representative Stringham to introduce the bill to our committee. Good morning, and thank you for coming.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jerry Stringham. I represent Grafton County 3rd District, which includes the town of Lincoln, Woodstock, and Easton. An area filled with lots of restaurants and hotels, brings in lots of visitors, not from just New England, but from all over the country, and in fact, all over the world. So the issue with this bill is particularly significant for those in my district. House Bill 424 is called Directing the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food to create forms for businesses to request information about service animals and establishing a committee to study the protection of business owners from requests to accommodate customers with fraudulent or untrained service animals. So in part, I'm sure you've all experienced, and we know that there's how critical service animals are for our disabled population, and how the federal laws require access for people who need a service animal to function normally. And we also know that there's been widespread distribution of artificial vests and things that people are taking advantage of the service animal requirements by saying their dog is a service animal, when in reality it's either a pet or perhaps just a comfort animal of some type. And it's gotten to the level where it's a major problem, perhaps for all businesses, but particularly for restaurants and hotels. So HB 424 deals with the individuals misrepresenting the service animal status of their pets so they can access restaurants and a hotel in a way. This was brought to me by local hotels originally, but groups like the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association and individual restaurant owners have said this is a daily occurrence where animals that most certainly don't appear to be service animals are being represented that way. I'm glad you've done the research you've had. We're very, very, very restricted on what we can do in the state of New Hampshire without violating the Americans with Disabilities Act. So part of this process was, to seek out those that we would need support of and input from to come up with the right rules. For example, I met with Sean Locke, who is in the Attorney General's office with over 5 years of experience in disability policy. And there's people here from the Disability Rights Center and involved in that area, as well as talking with the BIA and the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. So the laws and disclosures largely address the important rights to those granted with need and a service animal. Blind is the most common, but there are other ones that are done as well. But the federal laws themselves, there are no real requirements for, in my view, no real requirements to qualify a service animal. They don't have to be professionally trained. You as an individual can certify that your pet is a service animal and that it takes over a function that you need taken care of because of some disability. So an example of that might be, I hurt my back and I teach my dog that if I accidentally drop a tennis ball, that he'll go pick it up and bring it back to me. And so I don't have to bend over and pick it up. So that's in a function. So it's essentially playing catch or fetch with an animal. That could legitimately say that I could represent that my dog is a service dog with something that minor. That's part of federal law. And we're also restricted on how much we can ask. You're allowed to ask if it's not obvious what the disability is that you have. You can ask, what is the disability that's being taken care of, and is your pet a service animal? Those are the only two questions. And in my experience, even low-level or floor-level restaurant workers and are familiar with that and follow that. I did provide a copy of this notice, and there's enough copies for everybody. This is available from the Governor's Commission on Disability, which says it's illegal to misrepresent a pet as a service animal. And given the definition of a service animal by federal law, I don't think we're going to see any people being fined $1,200 successfully with that. But still, this has been somewhat helpful for people who come in and try to check into a hotel or make a reservation and claim their dog as a service dog, and they just at least have this up. The idea of having a form or something that could be filled out is also to put in, have it be directly visible to people at the point when they're asking for service for a misbranded animal, what their expectations are. Things like, if you do have a service pet, you're expected to keep them under control at all time. You're expected to be in almost all circumstances in your presence. So these are the things that the hotels and restaurants say at least there's some dialogue that can occur before the pet is is granted access to the service. The conversations that I've had, the challenges with the form is it sounds like you're asking extra things for people with legitimate service animals. And, we really have to deal with both sides of this. We can't, anything we do can't violate the ADA as it exists today. And the conversations with the Attorney General's office, when you're checking into a hotel or making a reservation, normally you are filling out a form of some type electronically. And at the point where you could ask whether they plan to bring a pet, that would be, it would be reasonable to at least ask these two questions and then have the other information about having a pet at the facility in plain sight and reacted to it. So, just given the restrictions of the ADA, when I drafted this bill, I was thinking both restaurants and hotels. Hotels very commonly have you fill out a form of some type to stay there, so that would be less of a stretch to try to increase these notice provisions without in any way violating the very important rights that we give our disabled. So, I believe it's reasonable and possible to do that, and perhaps reduce some of the chaos that's going on in some of these facilities. And at least one restaurant I know of, when they shut down, talked about the annoyance of having misbranded animals being part of their customer base and what they did, and that was just it's not fair for them either. So I guess with that, I'll open it up and see if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Before we take questions, I'd like my members to take their seats. Thank you for waiting and being patient. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the bill and testifying and taking questions. I like easy solutions, and I'm trying to think of, or at least I think I thought of a solution that to me seems simple, and that is like with the disabled, and they have the blue placards that they hang up on their rear view mirror or on their license plate, and pretty much all the businesses support that with some extra parking spaces. Nobody needs to explain to anybody else why they have that blue placard. It's private business, but it's accepted that there it is. Why can't there be something similar like that for dogs, which is, you get your doctor's written permission slip to have one, and then you get your dog from an accredited whatever, and long story short, you eventually get like a state issued green placard or something that goes around the dog's neck or is attached to the back. Normally they wear these vests. It seems like there's a big sticker on there. And then that way everybody can just easily recognize, yep, that is a certified trained service dog. And yeah, there might be some fraud about somebody who carries that dog with them. It's really their dad's dog, but they take it with them to the store. That might happen some, but generally speaking, that placard is going to be pretty difficult to come by, and it would greatly reduce the amount of fraud and abuse around that. Instead of having to bother or put a burden on business owners to have to fill out paperwork or anything like that, it's just, yep, I see that dog's good. Come on in. Nope, that dog doesn't have the placard. Can't come in. What are your thoughts on that?
I would love it, but it's a violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which specifically says you can't have any licensing type requirements for that. They can't, you can't require them to be registered. You can't require them to have completed formal training or have a certificate like that. That's my understanding of the ADA is that's not, we can't do that. They do have those vests and little cards that people do, but you can order them. If somebody has a computer, look up on Amazon right now, you can buy them and put them on. That's about all that exists. And so I would have loved that solution if it was something that everybody could agree to.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Okay, I'm not familiar with what you're referring to, but I'm just curious. Do you know the reason why that is? Because, I mean, it's not a HIPAA violation. People don't consider it a HIPAA violation to put a blue placard up on your car. You're telling the whole world that you've got a disability, but we still don't consider that a HIPAA violation. Do you know why the federal government thinks it would be a HIPAA violation to have a placard on your dog, or
It's not a HIPAA
or
violation.
an
It's-
ADA violation?
it's-
Why
yeah.
is that? Did they provide a reasoning?
I think when they created this, my understanding is they just felt like it would be too burdensome, a requirement for those who need service animals to have to go through that process. And so it's written into the ADA. At least one of them is one of the documents that they've given you. And there are other people here who live with making sure that the lives of our disabled are high quality ones that are speaking as well, that both understand the needs for our businesses, but also the urgent protection of the disabled as well. Sorry.
Thank you. And I only have one pink card, so if anybody wants to speak, please make sure you send one up. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question in regards with the notice that you had talked about. So this is basically the businesses have been posting this, and you're saying it's been successful?
I think they found they were getting some. It was helpful. It was helpful. Not adequate, but better than when I was first approached the first time. They did not know about this notice. So, and then said, let me know how this works, and then said, well, yeah, it's helpful in having a discussion when somebody comes in with clearly a non-service animal, which is most of the time.
I know.
An
I know.
animal shows up at these businesses. It's usually not really a service animal, because they recognize the service animals almost right away, given their temperament and training and so on.
Follow up?
Follow up.
There's a gentleman that comes to our church that has a service dog. He was in the military and I can't tell you if he could do this all day long, because it really, really bothers him, this fakeness that's out there, because it hurts their work. Now, you can tell the difference, really, you can, by the ones that you're buying online, which if everybody hasn't seen that, it's really easy to get and slap it on an animal and act as if it's their service animal. So maybe there's a way to show information-wise of that legitimacy, like ones that, I know you can see where his dog came from. It's a credible organization that is teaching, training, service dogs, matching, all of that kind of stuff versus, you can tell from the criteria that's on his animal, and you're not allowed to touch his animal. So that's what is there a way, like, I know this notice piece, but is there more that could be done in a sense to say, okay, we know that this is not legit, but this is. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, in just having that be out there.
Well, I think we have some good people to ask that about. I know that, I've been frustrated by the exact language of the Americans with Disabilities Act provision here. And, I trust that they put them there for a good reason, but it is creating some chaos and my understanding of the federal law is that there's no requirement that the dog have anything on them in any way. And it's really a self, it's the individual himself who says whether it's a service dog and what disability it helps him or her with. But thank you for the question.
Do you know if there's any impetus to change federal law, the ADA law, to allow for any kind of
I'm
better
not-
designation of service animals?
You know, I would consider it a reasonable, partial outcome of this process is to ask the federal government to do something and what that might be. But as far as I know, there's no pending, nothing
Okay.
currently in the loop.
Okay. Representative Wheeler, you had a question, and then over to this side. Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Stringham, for
Good to
taking
see
my
you.
question. Good to see you as well. My question is, Representative King asked about the blue placard, which I thought was a good question, and I am too frustrated to hear about the ADA's lack of thoughtfulness when it comes to these issues. But I'm wondering if the blue form is not compliant with ADA standards, is the form that's outlined here compliant with ADA standards as far as you understand?
Having had the conversations with individuals who are in this room and with Sean Locke, I don't think the form. I think they would have concerns that it's too far-reaching at this point, and I feel very, very good about the experience and skill levels that those people bring to the process. Ultimately, it's really, for businesses to want to engage more with, their important customers about what to expect when they come to their establishment. We really need the Attorney General's office to kind of set those bounds, based on federal and state law. So, which is why I did that outreach after submitting this bill. So, part of the bill also talks about having a study committee, and to work out any details. But part of that is part of the reason why I focused on the lodging is because interaction between an establishment and their customer using a form to make a reservation is common, whereas it's fairly uncommon for restaurants.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up, yep.
Thank you. So you kind of got to my follow-up question there in your answer. Would you be amenable to removing the first section of the bill and making it simply a study committee to study this issue over the course of the summer and come back with a potential solution, having worked with the Attorney General's office and other stakeholders on this issue?
And hopefully this esteemed committee.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Representative Scully, and then Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Thank you for putting this before us. I think this is something that should be considered. I would think that businesses assume a liability when somebody walks in the door with their dog and presents it as a service animal. And I think this is a good idea to at least get them to certify. They may be lying, but at least you have on record that they are. I was wondering if there was any potential for offering relief to businesses from potential liability if they go to the trouble of getting this completed and the person lied to them and their dog ends up biting somebody while they're in there.
I guess most of the businesses I deal with just, don't want the hassle. So it's hard to kick out somebody. And there's dogs who come in and eat foods off other people's plates and, even get so excited they, piddle on the floor or something like that. And,
Yep, that happens too.
and sometimes even asking those people to leave in those circumstances is not very helpful or easy for them. It doesn't give you good ratings on Yelp. Let me put it that way. So, you know, I mean, there is assumed liability in the part of the pet owner if the pet does do damage at the restaurant.
Excuse me, could you pull the mic a little closer to you?
Sure, sorry about that.
Thank you.
So there is assumed liability on the part of the pets, assuming you know who the person, you know. But I don't know of too many cases where these businesses really want to pursue something like that. So, but thank you for the question.
Okay. Representative Howard, then Bixby, then Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is that your hands are tied by the ADA laws, including you can't even ask what the disability is or what the service dog provides. So
You can ask what the disability is.
I've always had pushback from the.
I don't know what would happen if they don't answer, and whether you just say, is this a service dog, and what is the disability? And those are the only two questions you can ask.
Okay, so my question was about the form, whether or not it probes more deeply than it's allowed to, and also I wanted to sort of piggyback on to Representative Wheeler's idea of having this be a study with part of the outcome being an application to the federal lawmakers about loosening this up, because I do think that there is a broad abuse of this designation of pets.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Representative
Thank you.
Bixby.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a little clarification. Are dogs the only species that are allowed to be service animals?
No, there's other animals, although dogs are by far the most common. And I think I've seen miniature horses are even specifically listed in the ADA documents. But what else is, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Thank you
I've
for the
actually
question.
have seen helper monkeys. Yep. Yeah, Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have a couple, actually. What can a business owner do now? So I have personally witnessed and received phone calls from constituents, actually some that came before I was elected, first term, and where dog ate food off of another guest's. It was awful that I was actually at a restaurant where the dog defecated on the floor. I mean, but this dog that did that when I was there did not have like a jacket on or anything. It was just, this is my service animal. Where right now in the law, is there any outlet for a business owner to take action on that?
Well, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer. I do know that the establishments have the absolute right to ask anybody who's brought a service animal in if that is not being properly controlled and behaved to leave immediately. They are also required to offer the services to them without the dog if the dog leaves. But so that's part of what's in law, whether they're eligible for any financial restitution through whatever civil process might be available. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Scully. I'm sorry, Gruber. I'm getting everybody mixed up
It's
today.
okay. Thank you.
Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still trying to get up to speed on the difference between a service dog and a comfort dog.
Mhm.
The ADA publication we got here, it says the service animals are dogs. They only list dogs. But you mentioned it might be a horse, so I'm really confused. But then the other issue is service dogs have to help with a disability, and it includes psychological disability.
Mhm.
So if you have an anxiety attack, and you can show that the dog helps you with the anxiety attack, it's a service dog. So I'm really confused the difference between a comfort dog. I think we have definition problems. It's going to be difficult to create legislation in a system until we get these definitions really defined somehow. Any comments on these definitions and how overlapping they appear to be?
Well, a comfort dog or animal is ordinarily, maybe prescribed could be prescribed by a physician to help calm somebody down. But in terms of the ADA and the federal law, there's service animals and then there's non-service animals in terms of these rights of access to public accommodations. So, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but all restaurants and hotels are not obligated typically to take non-service dogs. They can set up their own rules as they want, but service animals are absolutely, granted the accommodations. And I think also granted not just the service, the individual with the disability, but also the trainer of the animal would be granted access along with the service animal. So, but I guess that's about as much depth as I can go into right now. But people, a lot of times they show up and first they're a comfort animal, and then they realize that that's not going to get them into the hotel. So it becomes a service dog at some point or service animal. And
Thank you.
that's where we have the problem. So.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Potenza.
I know, time, sorry, Madam Chair. All right, just real quick, because I think that this could possibly be helpful because there's a lot of conversation that has been brought up about a lot of these things are going to really need to be handled on the federal level, or there needs to be further definitions and some clarifications that are taking place there. Would it be helpful if our committee came together and, with a letter to our federal delegation, asking them to kind of step into this issue? Maybe we can even speak to our friends on the other side of the aisle that are part of their environment agriculture committee and see if we could do a joint letter to our federal delegation in regards with this, especially if this is going to be something that turns into a study committee, just to bring some attention to it, because it's been an issue. COVID is really where I feel this kind of went to the point. Okay, yeah, exploded. So do you think that would be a good idea, helpful?
Just for the federal government to know that we're looking at possibly suggesting reforms on this, and that we're going to have a coalition representing or a committee representing kind of all sides, so that if there are suggestions that fully protect the disabled and their rights and their accesses, but could impact the misbranding and abuse really of the law. It sounds like a reasonable idea to me. I just would want everybody that really understands the life of the disabled, as well as those who understand what it's like to run a business that operates that way, be included.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, was just looking at the study committee section of the bill as written, and I noticed that you have 3 members of the Senate and a quorum of 4. Have you ever seen 3 members of the Senate come to a study committee?
Yeah, that's probably more than we need in the Senate.
So if we change that to 1 senator and a quorum of 3, you would be fine with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, good catch. All right, any other questions for Representative Stringham? Thank you so much for coming and introducing this bill and enduring lengthy questions. We have 2 more pink cards. If anybody else has a pink card, please send it up to to me. I will call our Commissioner of Department of Agriculture, Sean Jasper. Welcome again, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. I'm going to bite my tongue on all my personal feelings here, but I will, so I'll just stick to the issue. The Department of Agriculture is not the place for the form to be created. I would suggest, and you will hear from Mr. Saya from the Governor's Commission on Disability. I would suggest, and I'm not saying that he's agreed, but certainly they would be in a better position to create a form. I have looked at the law. I don't think a form could be created such as this that would meet the federal law. And so if you decided to send it to the Department of Agriculture, unless the Attorney General's office signed off on it, I would have to decline to create a form that violated the Americans with Disability Act. That's just not something that I would be willing to do. But in no case should a form like this be on us, because it really doesn't have anything to do with agriculture. Even though we regulate the pet trade, still not the place where I believe it should be. And I will conclude with that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the Commissioner? Okay, thank you very much. I believe there's a pink card that needs to be delivered here. We have Karen Rosenberg. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Karen Rosenberg. I'm the Policy Director for the Disability Rights Center, which is New Hampshire's protection and advocacy system for people with disabilities. And I don't think I've ever been before this committee, but I've only been Policy Director for about 3.5 years or so.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. So I understand that you did secure some really robust research. I didn't realize that before I came, but I thought it might be handy for you to have just a one-pager with a highlight on it, which what I'm circulating, or what's being circulated, is the federal regulation, the ADA regulation that's pertinent to this bill that has to do with service animals, and the questions can be asked, and the prohibition against requiring any documentation. So to be clear, our office opposes this bill because we feel that it clearly violates the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that it could create potential liability for the restaurants, especially, or other public accommodations that might attempt to rely on this form, whether it's done by the Agriculture Department or the Governor's Commission, because it far exceeds what is permissible under federal law. So, as you know, the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed originally back in, I believe, 1990 to ensure that people with disabilities have equal access to government programs, employment, and in this, what's relevant here, public accommodations. And it requires public accommodations, we'll just limit it to that since that's what this is about, to make reasonable accommodations to their, or modifications to their policies or practices to enable people with disabilities to have equal access to use and enjoy their accommodations. And the ability to have a service animal, if that's required, is such an accommodation. So what you will note when you look at the regulation is that there are only 2 permissible questions that may be asked, and they does not permit a public accommodation to ask a patron, what is your disability? An accommodation can ask whether an animal is required because of a disability, and what activity what service that animal has been trained to perform. That's it. And it also specifically provides that a public accommodation cannot require a person with a disability to provide documentation. Now, this sounds all very broad and perhaps concerning given the kinds of issues that you've discussed and that prompted this bill to be filed.
But there are also some guardrails in the ADA, and there are some existing provisions in our state law that address this. So for someone with a disability who uses a service animal, they are expected to maintain control of that animal. If that animal starts doing things that are inappropriate, like eating someone's food, defecating, the public accommodation can ask that that person leave and actually require them to leave. We also have remedies in our state law for someone who unlawfully uses a service animal. So if someone were to pretend that their pet is a service animal, and the owner of the public accommodation doesn't think this is a legit service animal, they can ask the two questions, but if they're still not satisfied, they could contact the police. It's a misdemeanor to misrepresent your animal, your pet, as a service animal. So that's in 167D8, which probably your researcher, I should have made copies of that for you all, but I didn't. I'm assuming your researcher uncovered RSA 167D8, which talks about what's prohibited, which has to do with, it does have to do with, if you go to 4, unlawful for any person to represent that such person has a disability or is a service animal trainer. So, and I also believe it prohibits them for, oh, yes, and number 2, you can't represent that an animal is a service animal if the animal's not a service animal. And then the next section of the law, well, actually, the 2 sections later, 167D10 is where you will find the provisions which make such activities misdemeanors under our current law. So I think that it sounds like there are some issues here, and that there are people who, oh, I'm sorry, Representative Wheeler. Were you?
No. I was just trying to get the attention of the chair so that I could ask a question when you were done.
Oh,
I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Yeah.
Karen. No.
Continue, and we'll have plenty of questions. We have
Okay.
plenty of questions.
I've just lost my train of thought. No, so so I guess I've totally lost my train of thought here. But what I'll try to regroup. So I guess, I think what it comes down to is that there may be more training required for our owners of public accommodations to understand what the ADA requires of, in terms of what questions they may ask, what they can ask, what it requires in terms of the person with a disability who is the handler, who has, and the control that's required, as well as what the state law provides around people who are not entitled to have service animals. And it also might require some education of our local law enforcement in case they're not aware of the penalty that's available if someone is violating the law. But what we don't want to do is punish people with disabilities or make them feel unwelcome, require them to go through additional hoops that people who don't experience a disability would have to go through. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we absolutely agree with that statement. We don't want to cause problems for people with legitimate disabilities. So, but given what we've heard already, how does an establishment owner deal with that situation, given that they can't ask for any kind of proof? I mean,
that's true.
I mean,
they can ask those 2 questions.
I had, even earlier today in an earlier hearing, somebody brought a dog into the committee room, which is not allowed. And the only question I could ask is, is that a service animal? I don't know for sure if it was or was not, but that's all I can ask.
Well, right. You could ask whether it's required because they need to have this animal because of a disability, and what service that animal has been trained to perform, what task or work that animal has been trained to perform. You could ask those 2 questions. And it is possible that someone could lie about that.
right?
Right.
And I mean, it would be great if we lived in a society where everyone was honest all the time and we didn't, and we didn't actually need police because everyone just comply with the law, but we don't. And this is probably one that people do violate. And it's possible that some people could get away with it. I suppose if it's a situation where someone's gaming it, they're getting away with it, but the animal's staying right at their feet, not bothering anyone, not doing anything, that person just got away with something that they shouldn't have, right? But probably there's not any harm done.
But the thing is, it's all well and good that we have a notice that we can say that, it's illegal to misrepresent, but there's no way to ask for proof, to see that they are misrepresenting.
I think that the reason is, if I had to surmise, when the ADA was passed and when the requirements were put into place around the ADA, and when you're looking at public accommodations, these are places that people, like a store, that you
Sure.
go in for 5 minutes, or it's a restaurant that you're there for an hour, or it's, you're getting a cup of coffee, or, so these are, but it applies to other, facilities where you might stay longer as well. But so the idea was to not have barriers for people with disabilities.
Yeah,
Does
we
that
don't-
mean that someone isn't going to try to take advantage? And I think that the guardrails there are that there are certain expectations for how the person with a disability is responsible for their service animal, and how well behaved that service animal has to be, things like that. And it is possible that someone could have a very well behaved animal and get away with it. And there's other things that people get away with in our society too.
Representative Wheeler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry, Karen, for interrupting you. I shouldn't
That's
have.
okay.
Should have remembered what I learned in school. Don't raise your hand while someone's talking. But I have a question for you, and I appreciate your concerns. And absolutely, what Madam Chair said is 100% right. None of us want to be making people who have disabilities go through some kind of hoop that doesn't exist for anyone else, because that creates a bad dichotomy that we don't want in our society. But what I'm wondering is, would the Disability Rights Organization be open to, would their opposition be removed from this bill, or maybe even support a study committee on this issue, given what businesses are coming before and saying to representatives and others about the chaos that they're facing, even if that study committee ends up being the result of which we talk about maybe training programs for these businesses and police officers to better know the ADA or something along those lines. But do you think it would be a good idea to, beyond the hour that we have here today, take a look at this issue as a state in a study committee?
But it sounds like people have concerns. I don't see us objecting to a study committee. Just please don't put me on it.
Me neither.
I'm spread too thinly, but it would just be, it sounds like there are some concerns, and I could see, you can't dictate what a study committee is going to conclude, right? But if a study committee thinks that it would be appropriate to consider training on ADA, I don't see the harm of having people being more educated about the ADA, right? And I don't, so I don't, if the study committee came out with a recommendation that, we charge everyone $5 to bring their service dog into a facility, of course we would object to that. But yeah, have at it.
Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this valuable insight. Do you have a copy of the legislation?
I do.
The only question I'm asking is, you said you felt it violated the Americans with Disability Acts. Could you please, if you can, tell me which one of the specific questions that are being asked do you consider to be a violation of that act?
Well, first, requiring a form at all would violate the ADA, because that's documentation, and public accommodations are prohibited from requiring documentation.
All right,
So
now,
that would,
Okay, may I follow up, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Because it seemed like the form had everything to do with the animal and not the person. And so I didn't know if that actually would be a violation.
yeah, requiring any kind of documentation would prohibit the ADA because you can't require documentation about the animal, and also it exceeds the questions that you could ask. So the name of the service animal, the name of the service animal's owner, the state in which the animal is registered, the function this performs. You can ask this orally, but you're not allowed to require documentation. So I'm just looking to see then there's a notation of information, and a place to sign, like forcing someone to sign a document to enter a restaurant when no one else is required to sign a document when they enter a restaurant would also violate just the ADA.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Potenza and then Bixby and then Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Your testimony was great. In regards with the 167D10, and where you mentioned the misdemeanors, there was, I don't know, a little bit of conversation in regards with, an education piece. And I think that's clear. No one would ever, of course, want to, question someone that, has a service animal or any of those types of things, or put anybody in that kind of situation. And this committee, as we said earlier, agrees with that statement. But it's such an uncomfortable situation for everyone involved, a business owner. So, I mean, to me, whenever there's these uncomfortable situations, education to me is key. But even for like our law enforcement folks or whatever, to kind of understand that, I think if people understood the laws and that there was a misdemeanor, but how you would go about that is where to me is kind of like a gray area. And I'm not saying you're going to know how somebody would go about saying, okay, this animal came into my restaurant, created a problem, they didn't want to leave, like anything like those types of situations. And in calling law enforcement in, puts them in they don't want to be looked at as if the bad guy against, the person that has a disability. It's just all of the optics stink. Like I'm asking you multiple questions in here.
Is there a question?
Yes. So like, how would you go about saying, okay, we want to, enforce 167D10?
Yeah, I don't know that I have all the answers, but when you were talking about how awkward it is for public accommodations, I was thinking about how awkward it is for restaurants or bars when someone is intoxicated.
Yeah.
And they have to ask them to leave, right?
Mhm.
Or someone is having some other kind of crisis, or they are just acting incredibly rudely. And there are times when those business owners have to ask people to leave. And it is about training. And in a previous life, when I was really young, I volunteered at a drop-in center where they served people who were homeless. This was in Boston. People who were homeless, people who had different kinds of psychiatric issues. And we got training to deal with people. We had some pretty violent clients sometimes. And that training was really helpful when I was, with one other person and had to kick out someone who was, basically threatening me. And my younger self was able to learn how to do it and got him to leave in a calm way with a calm voice. And, then he proceeded to throw rocks at the building, but but after I locked the door.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there is training that can be done, but it's hard. It's scary and it's difficult, but it can be done.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit unclear about whether there are actually any requirements for what makes a service animal. I mean, is there any required training for service animals? Is there anything that can you just say this is a service animal and then it's a service animal?
Well, it needs to be trained you need the service animal, or one would need it because of the disability, and it needs to be trained to perform a task. But there's not like a requirement that Acme Service Agency train a particular service animal, because the thing is, disability is really wide ranging. There's all different kinds of disabilities and all different kinds of needs that someone might have as a result of a disability, and all different kinds of training that might be required. because someone has a disability. So like for someone who is blind or has low vision, like the service animal that they would require would need very specific training for that purpose, right? Someone who needs a service animal because they have a seizure disorder and the service animal is detecting, you know, whether they might be about to have a seizure and is alerting them to that would have very different training. So I think maybe that's why, but there's nothing prescribed specifically, which I know is kind of what you want, but it's
Follow
not
up.
really there.
Right. So, given that, is there any way to actually enforce 167D8 or 167D10?
Well, I think the place where it would be enforceable would be where the animal is not under the control of the person and is acting inappropriately, is probably where, as a practical matter, a public accommodation would have the greatest likelihood of success, because they could ask the two questions. Like any other situation, human nature isn't always the best nature. People could misrepresent. I mean, we'd hope that they wouldn't. But if they persisted in misrepresenting the nature of the animal they brought into the accommodation and that animal was totally well behaved, I think it would be really difficult. I think it would be unrealistic probably to expect that law enforcement's going to do anything about it. I wish I had a different answer for you.
Representative
don't.
Haskins and then Representative King.
Thank
and
you,
then we're
Madam
running out
Chair,
of time
and
here, so.
Thank you for testifying today. I'm intrigued by the second question. I was only aware that you could ask someone if that is a service dog. But does the disability rights community, are they comfortable with asking somebody to describe the nature of the task which leads to the disability?
I don't know whether I can't, you know, there's not really like a disability rights community monolith, right? People have different feelings about this. But what I can tell you is that the law permits it.
Okay.
Whether they're comfortable or not, the law permits this question to be asked.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up, yeah.
So if someone were to say, there's a whole panoply of psychiatric disabilities. And so if someone says, because the phrase comfort dog has come up today, if someone says that the task is to provide comfort because an anxiety disorder might benefit having a service dog.
So this is a really interesting question to untangle. First, comfort animals who are just they're just animals that aren't really trained, they just make you feel better,
They're
are
all
not
comfort.
protected, right? So although under the Fair Housing Act, someone who is a tenant or wants to move into a condominium or something like that could have a comfort animal as an accommodation under the Fair Housing Act, that is not recognized under the ADA. So that would not, that a comfort animal is just an animal that makes you feel better, right? But if you had anxiety, you don't have to disclose you have anxiety. But if the task that the animal, the animal is performing a task, maybe for the person who has anxiety, who has a service animal, maybe the service that animal provides is giving them a nudge so they remember to take their medication, or it may have some other function that they really needed training for, but they still are under no obligation to tell a public accommodation what their disability is.
Okay, thank you.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it legally allowed for an establishment to refuse all dogs for period?
You can't. They could refuse. You can't refuse service animals.
There's no establishment whatsoever.
No.
What if it's like a swimming pool and the service animal swims the person back and forth across the lanes? Like,
I think that there are actually some.
I mean, do you have to allow a service animal in the pool too, so it can carry the person back and forth? There has to be limits somewhere.
There are a hotel, for example, could have an area where you know, if people are allergic to animals, that you could have an area of the hotel, like you could have an area that would allow someone, because you could have conflicting disabilities, right? Or conflicting situations where the animal's not required, as long as you basically made the animal available everywhere else. So your question about the pool, I just don't know off the top of my head. I think I'd err on the side of caution and let unless there's some reason for the animal not to be there, that it would cause a the other guardrail is fundamental alteration. So if requiring an accommodation would be a fundamental alteration of the public accommodations purpose or cause an undue burden, then that would be a limit. And I haven't really thought. I would really need to think through the swimming pool issue.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Kenny.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to know if someone, when someone gets a dog that's supposed to be helping them, would they then get upset that other people were bringing dogs in that would not be? I mean, I can't imagine being a handicapped person and waiting for that dog and loving that dog. Then someone else walks in that doesn't have that same connection and they're just playing it, why there isn't something that can be done.
No, I mean, I think that is an issue that some people with disabilities feel like, that when that there could be people who, don't need especially if their animals are disruptive and they are doing something, that might disrupt their service animal. I'm sure I can understand how that could be an issue. But by the same token, the ADA was enacted to protect this group of people, and we need to be, and we need to be careful that any legislation doesn't conflict with that, or, even though some people might get away with something that they shouldn't.
Okay. Just a quick yes or no question.
Notice that says it is illegal to misrepresent a pet as a service animal with fines up to $1,200. Would it be out of bounds to, if you suspect that an animal is not a service animal, to just point to the sign and say, I'd like to remind you, or are you aware?
Well, I think it's okay. I think that there might be some risk. We live in a very litigious society, right? So, and I am a lawyer, but I think that, there might be some concern about that.
Pushing the limits, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know, that might be a little bit risky, but I've seen businesses regularly, like where I go grocery shopping, they have a sign right at the front door. And there's like a local restaurant I like to go to that has it on their website. So there are a lot of ways that businesses get the word out there. So it might be, depending how it comes down, if it's a person who's, gaming it and they get this notice, then they probably don't have, if they, they would be hard pressed to bring a discrimination complaint, right? But if the accommodation owner was wrong about that, then they might be opening themselves up to some liability.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? We have one last person, so I don't know, we would be cutting into our lunchtime, and I hope that would be okay with everybody. Otherwise, we would have to recess. Let's go ahead. All right, I'll call Chuck Saya. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure, by all means, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of this honorable committee. For the record, my name is Chuck Saya. Last name spelling is S, like Sam, A-I-A, and I am the Executive Director of the Governance Commission on Disability. By way of background, Governance Commission on Disability is an executive branch state agency right within the organizational structure of the state, within the governor's office. We are all about education and resource, and really the integrity of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So I commend all of you for the questions that you're asking today. This was a very robust discussion, and these are the questions that we see on a regular basis that come into our office as it relates to service animals. in the interest of time, I think you all have a pretty good grasp. You have ada.gov in your possession. You have the decal, so that decal goes back to about 4 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, a few legislative sessions ago. So that's actually statutory, where the legislature decided that the Governance Commission on Disability and Secretary of State's office shall work together and produce that decal that businesses can now post as it relates to the misrepresentation of service animals. So I offer the services of the Governance Commission on Disability as you move forward with this. We're very acclimated to the ADA. Not taking a position on this bill because of our position in state government. You are all the policymakers. However, we do sit as a resource. Should this go into work sessions? Should this go into a study committee?
Okay, thank you. So, given that you understand what the issue is, do you see any remedy and anything that could help our business owners? And again, I want to reiterate, we don't want to interfere or cause hardship or burden to people who have legitimate disabilities.
Yeah.
We are trying to address the problem, and it is a real problem of people who are abusing this privilege and causing problems. So I since you are, one of the experts here, what would be your advice in terms of the direction that we should pursue?
Yeah, it's a great question. And again, I applaud all of you, because what I hear, you are upholding the integrity of the ADA, and in the same breath, you are looking at what can we do? Because if you are an individual with a disability and you have a service animal, and you have the fake that's coming into the same establishment, the individual with a disability wants their rights upheld because they're entitled to that legitimately. Again, the discussions that happened today, it really does go back to the Americans with Disabilities Act. It tells us in so many words, if it's not obvious that it is a service animal, then you can ask the two questions, and that's federal law. And as you all know, state law can't do anything to hamper federal law. So therein lies, when you look, even myself, and I have to tell you, because you all have great questions, and the question regarding the support animal, emotional support or companion, there are many times when the call comes into our office, and there are times when I am dealing with the citizen in conjunction with my staff. There are two members of the staff here with me today. It's not an answer they want to hear, but because of the ADA, it depends. It depends. And that is because when we're going back to federal law, that's what we're driven by. And there sometimes isn't a cut and dry. If the animal is trained to perform the dog, because you're right, service animal equals dog. The DOJ federal has opined that miniature horses also fit within that category. We never see that. So
I'm getting one.
the peacock,
say that
yeah.
out loud? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. The peacock, the boa constrictor, we've seen it in the news and at the airports. That is not a service animal. So the service animal is a dog that is required because of the disability and is individually trained. So in that instance, with the comfort animal, is it a comfort, but if it's trained to perform a task for the individual with a disability, now we are looking at service animal. There are recent legislation, I think it was maybe last session or the session before, there was an addition that if a dog performs the task of alerting an individual with diabetes that they have to maintain, that's a service animal. And that service animal can be held by the individual with a disability because it has to smell the breath. That's typically where the low blood sugar. So therein lies the issue. Karen had referenced if a dog is not under the handler's control, that's when the business can take the action. And I sincerely mean this. I don't mean this as a cliche. I think the legislature in its infinite wisdom, and obviously as signed by the governor with that decal, that's what I think we're all trying to do is to limit the misrepresentation and the fakes that are out there, because that does hurt the ADA, and it does cut right into individuals with a disability that basically have full access with their dog, and it doesn't have to go to a training school, and I think you've heard that. Typically, individuals who are blind will have the guide dog, and that is trained. I mean, I've heard, don't quote me please, but they're into the 5 figures of $20,000-$30,000 for the training, and it's an exhaustive, very intense training with the owner and the dog. And there are a few schools that do that, but other than that, because we have to look, because we're guided by the ADA, that's what guides the questions.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I think that we've covered an awful lot of territory, and I think that what we're coming down to is, do we make this a study committee, or is there any hope of coming up with something in a study committee that or basically, are all the options that are available already out there, and we would be spending a bunch of time not getting anywhere with a study committee?
Yeah, it's a very on point question and comment, quite honestly. If we have to revert back to the ADA, because even this statute, the proposed bill, when I read it, it did say consistent with federal law in the introductory sentences. That is how we're driven. We're driven by the federal law on this one.
So essentially, there's not a lot we can do at the state level, and it might not make sense to spend time studying it.
With all due respect, I can't give that opinion to you.
Okay.
Yes, and I apologize for that.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question,
Sure.
I promise. In your opinion, is requesting that somebody certify that their dog is a service animal a violation of the ADA?
My understanding is, when I review, again, ada.gov, certification, vests, licenses are not mandated by the ADA. So we see the vests, they're on Amazon, they're everywhere. The vest means nothing. It doesn't mean it's a service animal. So the vest, any type of certification, National Registry, we've had these discussions, that it doesn't exist. So you couldn't go into a database and say, hey, is this a service animal? It doesn't
Yeah,
exist. So
I'm just really stumped by the fact that we can do that with cars and tags on the cars, but we can't do that with service animals. And,
you know,
I don't know. That's my thing. Representative Potenza.
And you'd think that the government would be all over this type of level of control because they love to control everything else. So I have a real quick question, and it has to do with the notice.
Yes.
Is there, I know that the commission has been amazing underneath the governor. I know a lot of the work that you guys have done. So is it, how's this whole process work? Is it, are businesses getting regular information from you guys yearly, maybe when they're paying their taxes, renewing, whatever? Like, I was just going to say, education is key. And so I think that this type of information is really great and can help business owners. And then my other question is, in regards with, I'm a business owner, I don't even want to get into that, welcome into my store, whatever it may be. Hey, just wanted to make sure, like, I'm not going to even ask them. They've got their dog or whatever. Just wanted to, make you familiar of the notice. Do you think that is, a problem for a business owner to, just say, hey, just wanted you to be aware of the law. That's it. Like, telling someone that, here's the law. I don't understand how that could be against the law.
So you had 2 questions. The first question is, that notice is housed on the Secretary of State's website, both as a downloadable where a business can download them, or if I'm not mistaken, business owners can even request hard copies from the Secretary of State's office, and I think it's in the corporate division. I think, I'm not sure. We also make it available. There's links on our website, GCD's Governance Commission on Disability website, to get that notice. We also, at the Governance Commission on Disability, I have a very robust social media campaign, very robust on Facebook. We have posted that many times to do the best we can to get that information out. When a business owner contacts the GCD and speaks to the team, we ensure that they're aware of that notice to at least that they can post it. To your second question, I'm not sure if, and with all due respect, I don't know if that Karen had reference, would that potentially open up to litigation? I think that's where you were going. I honestly don't know, but I understand where the question is coming from. I just don't know. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Any other questions? Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in and explaining some things further. And we will probably be talking to you, or I don't know.
Well, we look forward to it. It's definitely an active discussion, as you can tell. Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask for the blue sheet for HB 424, unless anybody else wants to say anything. I think we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to, the online testimony, we had 7 people in support, 7 people in opposition, and 1 person neutral. And on the blue sheet, we had 1 person in support and 1 person against. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 424. And we will see you at 1 o'clock for another hearing.
I'm going to be getting myself a miniature and be bringing it into the legislature. Provide an emotional support animal to basically deal with and I'm going to share.
I mean, that would be the absolute solution, is to get a tag for the dog. Okay, welcome back to Environment and Agriculture this afternoon. And we are supposed to be hearing HB 262. I don't see Representative Bordas anywhere. So. Well, we can wait 5 minutes and and then we'll. I don't even know what, okay.
Is there anyone here for 262?
Okay.
I think Stacy Ober is going to be coming up also, so we haven't opened it yet.
Haven't opened the hearing yet. And we did receive or at least I received an email. Who was it sent to? Oh, it was sent to me, Representative Bixby, Representative Comtois, Representative Bordas, from Diane Richardson regarding a draft of the bill that she wanted something done with it. Something about an amendment.
Was that that was a couple of weeks ago, or was that?
That was, let's see, 225. Yeah, there was supposed to be some sort of amendment, and I don't know. I haven't heard anything else from it, so. Okay.
The easiest job clerking I've ever had.
And you do it so well.
Thank you.
Just so everybody knows, I have scheduled for 9:30 Friday morning, this Friday, meeting of the Animal Protection Subcommittee, and I scheduled it for 9:30 to 11:30. I know Representative Comtois will not be here, so I'm going to chair that. And the members of the subcommittee, as I mentioned before, were Comtois, Kenny, Freeman, Haskins, Suffolkitis. I'm not sure how, it may be just the three of us. And I'm inviting the rest of the committee to come if they want, certainly be involved in the conversation. We want to discuss not only the muzzling bill that we heard this morning, but also HB 616. So whatever work we can get accomplished on those. I will work on some kind of amendment language for HB 616 to kind of chew on, and we can go from there. But if anybody else is interested in joining us, that would be great. So other than that, and I will be sending out information to everybody who has not already received it about the Young Farmers Breakfast on the 18th in the morning. So what I'm planning on, no, it's going to be in Londonderry. The place where they're planning it is Sunnycrest Farm, 59 High Range Road in Londonderry. And that's a Young Farmer Breakfast from the New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Is Sunnycrest the farm of the guy who was the young farmer?
I believe it is.
Yeah.
Yep,
59 High Range Road.
High Range Road.
59,
Yep. Yep. And that's at 8:30 in the morning until 10.
8:30,
Oh, I'm sorry, 8. 8 to 10.
10. What town?
Londonderry. I encourage you all to come. It's good food. And lots of great camaraderie. I mean, they're great kids. Yeah. And then I'm planning on 10:30 to 11. We will have a couple of, well, 3, 4 bills, maybe to exec out, and then we're done. We're done with after today, we're done with all our hearings, our bill hearings. So congratulations. And then I'm going to reach out to Tara Sad to see if they want to do, they had asked me for a time to do a presentation from Council of State Governments, the ag people. And so I'll try and see if we can't schedule them to come at 11 o'clock. So that'll be for Tuesday, March 18th. And then we won't see each other until after we get Senate bills. So we have a little bit of a breather. Well, crossover is April 10th. So anytime after that, I'm sure we'll start getting some bills. Haven't really looked at what the Senate bills are or how many there are, but normally we get something like 5, 6, 7, something around there. Sometimes just 1 or 2.
Then again, given how, it used to be that we had like a dozen House bills, and now we're up to like
Yeah.
almost 3 dozen.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we do have, there is the advantage that the Senate does kill a certain number of the bills before they come over. So.
Yeah. Let's just hope they don't kill any of ours. That's all. Yeah.
Oh, I just asked for the breakfast. Was it High Range Road in Londonderry?
High range.
Yeah, range.
Yeah, High Range Road.
And the date again, please?
The 18th. 8 o'clock a.m.
Excuse me, Judy. I wanted to give this to you, Michael.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, he told me that you were gonna give me something. Thank you. Okay. So it is now 12 after. I don't see Representative Bordes, but I will have Representative Bixby introduce the bill for HB 262 FN relative to group licenses for dogs. And I will gavel this in. Thank you, Representative Bixby, for being so kind and courteous to introduce this bill that is not yours.
Right. For the record, Representative Peter Bixby, Stratford 13, Dover. And I'm here to introduce HB 262 FN relative to group licenses for dogs. And what this bill seems to do is change the definition of how many dogs can be held under a group license, and changes the fees for a group license, and makes a provision for dogs in excess of a maximum for how the fees are handled for those, and make some restrictions about whether you can change the number of dogs you have shortly before licensing. And there is one issue that comes up with group licensing is that once you get over, if you have 1, 2, or 3 dogs, you don't qualify for group licensing. But if you have, or I think you have to have at least 5 under current law. And if you have 4 dogs, then you're paying more in licensing than you would if you had 40 dogs. So I think that's probably the reason the bill was brought in. I don't know if the bill manages to do anything effective about that.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And before, I don't have any pink cards up here for this bill. So, but before I call anybody up, I do want to alert the committee to correspondence that I received an email from, let's see, Diane Richardson from Working Class Canine. She sent the email to me, Barbara Comtois, Kathy Kenny, I believe the entire committee, and also CC'd Mike Bordes, saying that we would be hearing testimony for this regarding group licenses. The bill as introduced is completely unworkable. In the words of her town clerk, I won't say that. What the heck is this? As introduced, it is a nightmare for both clerks and dog owners. However, in cooperation with my town clerk and the sponsor, we reworked the bill, and sponsor Rep. Bordes will be introducing this amendment. It changes the whole bill fee structure and eliminates section Roman numeral 4A, which would mandate puppies as be rabies vaccinated and licensed before transfer, and no one is keeping litters till 12 weeks to do so. Minimum legal rabies vaccine age is 12 weeks in New Hampshire, older in many other states. As you may guess, I fully support the amendment as it will enable towns to stop losing money on group licenses. Currently, group licenses are $20 for 5+ dogs, regardless of how many. Group licenses are definitely necessary in order to incentivize those with numbers of dogs to license and rabies vaccinate their dogs affordably. I feel this amendment is a solid compromise. Individual spay-neuter licenses are $6.50 each. Intact licenses are $9.50. So the dollar savings are still there for owners with 6+ spayed, neutered, or 5+ intact dogs. I have not seen any amendment. I don't know anything, but I did want to alert the committee about this correspondence or remind you that that we've received it. That being said, I have, this is for the clerk. I only have one pink card from Marla, Fields. Oh, Fields, I'm sorry. No, I can't read very well. Okay. And you are from New Hampshire Dogs, and you oppose this bill.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Aaron.
Welcome. Good afternoon. And
Yes.
tell us why you oppose this bill.
So, New Hampshire Dogs opposes this bill because it appears to be targeting a subset of the population for increased taxes, in specific dog owners. Many people have 5 or more dogs. They love their animals. They take in shelter dogs, that kind of thing. And to target them to increase the costs associated with keeping those animals is inappropriate. It should be costed across the board for all citizens within the state. The original purpose for licensing was to have rabies watched by the town people to make sure the dogs are vaccinated and we could eliminate the rabies issue, et cetera, et cetera. And that doesn't, parts of this bill do not do anything to serve that particular purpose. And in specific, having licensed puppies at 6 weeks of age does nothing to further the rabies vaccination because they can't be vaccinated. And then if they're going to be released to a new home at the 8 weeks of age, it seems absolutely ridiculous to have them licensed for a 2-week period of time. And it frankly looks just like a money grab. You know, it's not fair. It's targeting breeders, and Dogs necessarily opposes that. As far as costs are concerned, my own town of Epsom, we don't have an animal control officer. We're not paying anybody any additional fees for anything. If a neighbor's dog gets loose, and that happens a lot, we have a community page on Facebook, and we reach out, hey, my dog is missing, the gate got opened, can you guys keep your eyes out? 2 or 3 posts later, oh, he's over here on Orchard Road, and zippity-doo, they come over, they pick up the dog and bring him home. And our neighbors are fabulous when it comes to that. We don't have an animal control officer. We don't really have increased costs with regard to the dog ownership in our town. And I'm sure that there are many towns within the state of New Hampshire that have that as well. It's what, 8 cents for printer to print out the license for a dog. Now, I don't know how many households have more than 20 dogs in New Hampshire. That's
It's a lot of animals, but it could happen, and I'm just not aware of them. But still, it's ink for the printer. It's a minimal amount for a tag. And as I understand it, there are many towns that don't actually issue the individual tag for the dogs. They just give the group license and walk on. So with that, we are opposed to this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you if you think the way the current statute is written, if you feel that there's any problem with it, the fee structure or anything else.
I don't necessarily see a problem with it. No.
Okay.
I mean, if they were to change the fee structure, I think we'd probably consider not opposing that. But again, there's not really any increased cost to the town to have the number of dogs.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for coming to speak with us this
Thank you
afternoon.
for listening.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this bill? And Representative King, please, we welcome you to come take your seat.
I'll send this to you. That was so bad, Kelly.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak on this bill? No? I do also want to say I picked up testimony from Nancy Holmes that was on the portal. I'm just trying to give us some more information about this. From New Boston, she opposes HB 262. There's a reason for the existence of the group license and for its relatively low fee. Much like the low-cost rabies clinics run at the expense of some of our local veterinarians, the group license is designed to encourage owners of multiple dogs to vaccinate their dogs against rabies. This vaccination is a requirement of dog licensing in our state. Indeed, veterinarians must report administering rabies vaccines to the town where the owner of the vaccinated dog resides. Raising licensing rates and making tiers of registration with increasing rates are all actions apt to reduce rabies vaccination compliance with some or perhaps all of the dogs in a multi-dog home. The very simplest way to keep from having to pay higher rates is to just not vaccinate some or all of your dogs. The group license was never intended to make money for the town's general fund, but to maximize distribution of the rabies vaccine to keep our citizens and our animals safer from that deadly disease. It is not an overall financial loss if its existence keeps a rabies outbreak from occurring. Please vote HB 262 ITL as contrary to the continuing effort to keep New Hampshire dogs rabies free. And so I just wanted to, because I thought that was an important, point to be made. And that's pretty much all I have. And if anybody, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the puzzle that they put in the middle of how to, the fees for the license of more than 7 dogs, where you take the dog, you add up the dogs and you subtract the this and that. It just seems way too complicated to me to be helpful at all.
Yeah. And again, I have no idea what this amendment was that was mentioned. So I don't know. In lieu of that, Representative Bixby, your comments are welcome.
I think there are a couple of ways we can go with this. It is the case that right now, if you have 4 dogs, 3 or 4 dogs, you pay more in licensing than if you have 5 or more dogs, which I don't think is entirely fair. On the other hand, dog licenses across the board are pretty inexpensive. I mean, a dog license now costs less than a basic sandwich.
This is true. For a year, right? Your license
yeah,
for a year?
year's license versus one day's sandwich.
Yeah.
Or one meal sandwich. So, so part of me says it's probably just not worth bothering with. Part of me says, well, if we wanted to do something, maybe we could raise the group dog license to be, even or even with what you would pay if you had 4 dogs. So, 4 dogs or more, you have, there's a flat fee for whatever. But given how many bills we have this term, I think maybe not bothering with it is. I mean, there is a fairly standard procedure in many committees where if the sponsor doesn't show up, it just gets ITL'd. And I was the unfortunate recipient of that action when I was in another hearing and forgot that I needed to cross the hall and introduce the bill. So, so yeah. So, well, I'm not strictly speaking, but in this case, I think that we don't have much to go on in terms of if Representative Borges were to come in before the end of the day and say, I'm so sorry, I failed to make the hearing. Here's my testimony on what the
Problem or
what the
issue.
problem is and how an amended version of this would fix it, then I would say, yeah, we should do that. I mean, that I wasn't given that courtesy, but that's okay. I'd extend it to someone if they came in the same day and said, whoops, here's an attempt to fix it.
I would do the same.
But if we don't hear anything from Representative Borges by the end of the day, I think it's probably an ITL.
Yep. Okay, I'm cool with that. I don't know that we would exec it out today, but certainly next week and yeah.
We won't know before the end of the day.
Sure, okay. Okay, I will then just say that on the online portal, we had 1 person support the bill and 3 people oppose the bill. And I don't know what we had on the blue sheet up there, if we want to go grab that. Thank you.
It's well, I think the letter from Nancy Holmes kind of explained it in that if you have a larger number of dogs, like if you're breeding and you don't sell all the puppies immediately, or if you have, say, if you're a musher and you have a bunch of huskies, or then having a large number of dogs to keep track of is, you may end up changing, trading those out with someone else. You might end up, people who have hunting dogs will sometimes trade dogs with other hunters. Maintaining so it's essentially, it's a way of encouraging people to make sure all their dogs are have the rabies vaccination and not give them the extra licensing fee burden or licensing paperwork burden. I don't have any data on how, whether it really is more effective in making sure every dog has a rabies vaccination. I don't know whether there's any sort of, checking up on that. But I know that when you get your dog vaccinated, that a copy of the vaccination report goes to the city clerk or the town clerk, right? So that would be, so if you have a group license, then you're going to have like more than 5 or more vaccinations on file.
Okay. I am for the blue sheet. I mean, I already reported out on the online portal, we had 1 person support, 3 people opposed. On the blue sheet, we had 1 person support and 1 person opposed. And I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 262. And we cannot begin our next hearing until 2:00, so we've got a half hour. And in that time, I just wanted to let you know, I had a report done up by our committee researcher regarding animal testing facilities in New Hampshire. So if you can take the time to look through it, I'd appreciate it before our next hearing, just to give you some background familiarity. I asked the questions Are there any facilities in New Hampshire that use animals in testing, such as businesses, universities, or animal research centers, specifically biomedical research, meaning the investigation of the biological processes and causes of disease, or research conducted to increase fundamental scientific knowledge and to expand the understanding about how processes in living organisms develop and function? If yes, what kind of testing do they do and for what purposes? If yes, do any of them receive New Hampshire state funding? If yes, what happens to the animals once testing is completed? If yes, are the animals harmed by the testing employed? The bill mentions traditional animal test method, which means a process or procedure using animals to obtain information on the characteristics of a chemical or agent, and that generates information regarding the ability of a chemical or agent to produce a specific biological effect under specified conditions. Do any of the testing methods used employ these tests or other tests? And finally, what other states pass similar legislation? So Christy tackled this, made a bunch of phone calls to a bunch of different places, and the result is some information that she gathered for us. So please take the time to look through it, and we'll be back at 2:00, I suppose. No.
Unlike the animals. They're getting tested.
Yeah. All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Does it matter at this point if there's an amendment to 252? Or, I mean, I can go upstairs and ask the legislative service.
262, you mean?
Was it 252? right?
262?
I'm sorry, 262.
You could if you like.
I mean, well, we did half an hour ago. I need
Sure. Thank you. Hello. Of which? This? Let me see. I think I only made enough for the committee members. So, yeah. I'll see if I can get a copy. Yeah.
Thank you. At your convenience.
Okay. This is Representative Comtois' copy, if you'd like that. You can have that. Yeah. Here. I am going to open up the hearing for HB 401, which is relative to animal testing funded by New Hampshire state funds. And with us today is Representative Diane Kelly to introduce her bill. Thank you for coming this afternoon, and welcome to our committee.
Thank you for having me. So I am Diane Kelly, representative from Hillsborough 32, and I am here to introduce this bill, HB 401, relative to animal testing funded by New Hampshire taxpayers. The bill seeks to prohibit the use of New Hampshire state funds for animal testing. This bill is a necessary step toward aligning our state policies with the values of Granite Staters and advancing modern, humane, and effective scientific practices. Animal testing is not only cruel, but also relatively ineffective. According to FDA data, 95% of drugs that pass animal tests fail in human trials due to differences in physiology, rendering these experiments an unreliable predictor of human outcomes. Meanwhile, groundbreaking technologies such as organ on a chip and advanced simulators offer more accurate and cost-effective and ethical alternatives. These innovations replicate human biology far better than outdated animal models, ensuring safer and faster drug development. The Trump administration made significant strides in addressing this issue. During President Trump's first term, federal funding was cut for several cruel animal experiments, including nicotine addiction studies on monkeys and toxoplasmosis research on cats. His administration also influenced the EPA's decision to phase out mammalian testing by 2035 and mandated NIH to explore alternatives to primate research. These actions have saved countless animals while encouraging the adoption of modern research methods. Unfortunately, under subsequent administrations, progress has stalled, making it imperative for states like New Hampshire to lead where federal efforts have faltered. The recent hearing before the U.S. House Oversight Committee on February 6th highlighted the urgency of this issue. Testimonies revealed taxpayer-funded experiments involving horrific abuses, such as the now infamous Beagle experiments exposed by the White Coat Waste Project. These included injecting puppies with toxic drugs, severing their vocal cords to silence their cries, and allowing sandflies to eat them alive. Such practices are not only barbaric, but also a gross misuse of taxpayer dollars. This is not a partisan issue, it's a moral one. Polls consistently show that most Americans, Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, oppose animal testing. Here in New Hampshire, our citizens share this sentiment. We pride ourselves on fiscal responsibility and ethical governance. Funding cruel and ineffective experiments contradicts these values when superior alternatives exist. Prominent Republicans have spoken out against these practices. For example, former Congressman Matt Gaetz stated that ending wasteful government spending on cruel animal experiments is both fiscally responsible to end them, and it's also a moral imperative. Senator Rand Paul has championed legislation to modernize drug testing protocols by eliminating outdated animal mandates. By passing HB 401, New Hampshire can take a stand against cruelty and inefficiency while fostering innovation in science. Let us invest in technologies that save lives, both human and animal, and uphold our state's commitment to ethical leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of your testimony or did you hand that out?
I can email
You did
it.
hand that out. Okay, thank you.
Mine's all scribbled up.
Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your bill and taking questions. I think the reason that is given, I've talked to people that have been in this kind of field before, and the reason I've been told that why we even test on animals is because to do those types of tests on humans would be unethical. And I think to myself, well, if it's not ethical to do it on a human, why are we doing it on an animal? But then it kind of begs the question, well, if we don't do it at all, do we risk not gaining new understanding of nature to the point where we can help cure people of, diseases and things like that? my solution personally would be that no, you do test on humans that are willing and capable of agreeing to, and then you probably pay them a lot of money. And I think ultimately what it all comes down to is money, is that these corporations can do these tests on the cheap, whereas if they had to do it on people, they'd have to have their theories down a lot better. They'd have to be much more careful about the tests they do, and then they'd have to pay a lot of money. So I think that's what it all comes down to is money. Do you see that if we were to get rid of animal testing, that there would be a mechanism to still do the types of research that they do in order to find the cures that we're trying to find?
I actually like your suggestion, but there are so many modern methodologies. I gave out a handout earlier that explains some of them that are actually more effective and more reliable and cheaper and faster and just better, so that no living beings need to be abused in any way. So those methods would be, I think, the best alternative.
So I have a couple of questions. Number one, I really appreciate the sentiment of this bill, because I don't think that animals should be tortured in you know, like what you had said as an example, you know, with sand fleas eating them alive while their, you know, vocal cords are cut or whatever. That's truly barbaric. But I'm wondering though, do you know of any facilities in New Hampshire that are receiving state funding that are doing that kind of testing?
It's actually really hard to track them all, and that's one of the things the bill says. I forgot to mention, I sent out an email late this morning mentioning a couple of minor housekeeping issues, one of which is that the term, under definitions in the bill, the term biomedical testing was left in, and that was left in from a previous bill last year, a Senate bill. So that was removed because this bill only applies to product testing and taxpayer funds. And then the other thing is that the final section there on reporting left out the word annual. So that that final section covers your question. It would be, should the bill pass, it would be required that the Speaker and the Senate President receive a report annually telling about where animals have been tested on, when, by whom, how much, all of those details. So it's just really hard to track right now, and that's one of the things that I would like to see addressed.
And this bill only addresses ingredient or product testing in the state?
With taxpayer funds.
Okay.
Right
so-
now, we had trouble finding instances of that being the case, but as I said, for one thing, it's very hard to track, and for another thing, I would like it on record that that may not happen in the future.
So I'm just kind of wondering again if this is, you know, a bill where, you know, it's a solution looking for a problem where, I mean, if I still haven't heard of any places in New Hampshire who are doing ingredient or product testing using animals.
Oh, it's
And
happening a lot. It's
is
just
it-
not happening with taxpayer funds.
Oh.
It's, you know,
Do you know where it's
corporations.
happening without taxpayer funds?
I don't. I mean, I don't have the details in front of me, but it happens all over with corporations like, you know, like, I don't know, L'Oreal or something like that, that test their products on animals, and we're just trying to make sure that they don't do it with taxpayer funds. We're not trying to, I would love to ban all animal testing, but this bill does not do that. It's not banning animal testing, it's just banning animal testing with taxpayer funds.
And I think we have to make a distinction though between, you know, what kinds of testing, biomedical testing we're doing, because certainly, you know, we have the New Hampshire Veterinary Diagnostic Clinic, the laboratory that is doing constant testing on different tissue samples and, you know, trying
Generally
to determine disease and all that kind of thing. So, you know, I certainly don't want, if we do anything with this bill, I certainly don't want to impede or ban any of that kind of work. That's really important work that they do.
That's why we had that biomedical research portion taken out. It wasn't intended to be in there, and it was just accidentally put
Okay.
in there. So
Thank you. Representative Bixby, you had a question.
Yeah, so, so to clarify, what this would cover and wouldn't cover, would it cover any of the basic research that's happening at UNH or at Dartmouth Hitchcock or at Dartmouth or other universities?
Not regarding biomedical research, just product testing,
Okay, so
product and ingredient testing.
okay, and so are there follow up?
Sure, follow up. Yeah.
So if a company that was doing product testing on animals got a tax business development tax break from the state, would that be something that would be covered by this bill?
Actually, that's a very good question, and I'm not sure of the answer to that.
Okay, you probably don't have a sense of what the BIA would think about that.
I don't. I would assume it would be covered under this bill, but people speaking after me may be able to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You might not know this or not. I would assume that most of if there is any, I would say not necessarily animal testing that's done, but research and all that kind of stuff that's done in Durham and in Hanover, those would be all pretty much being paid for by federal grants, I assume.
Yeah, as far as I know, but those aren't what's addressed here because those are biomedical, not product.
Exactly. They don't, yeah, I mean, Madam Chair, all of the work that we know that when we started as a committee and went to the state, to the lab there and stuff, those are all pretty much grants. Most of those things were federal. I don't even think there was any state involvement at all. Correct?
No, but the state does fund the lab with a portion of, I guess, the dog licenses or whatever. There is a portion of funding that comes from the state to keep the lab running. Am I correct, Representative Bixby?
That's correct.
Yep.
But
And,
I don't believe those are for products.
Yeah, there's not a product related. Most of the testing that they're doing is also if, there's, sick bird, sick something that, so they're looking to say, okay, what could be in New Hampshire right now, something like that. They do investigative work. None of this has anything to do with testing at
Currently,
all,
there are
so.
12 other states who have banned animal tested products from being sold in their states, but that's something we'd have to address with another bill.
That's hard. Okay, thank you.
Representative Howard and then Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, given that there isn't really any product testing, especially with state funds now, do you anticipate an influx? Is that the reason that you're writing this bill, or?
It's more that it's hard to track. It's hard to tell what's happening where. And because it's hard to track, I would just like to make sure it doesn't happen, or either now or in the future. Taxpayers shouldn't be funding this anyway. It's something that
Follow up?
corporations should do.
Sure.
So do we, I'm sorry for my ignorance, but do we have any such industry that we should be watching at this point?
I think all products, whether it's cosmetics or anything, so often cleaning supplies are dropped into rabbit eyes or whatever, anything like that.
Right, but they're produced in New Hampshire?
We just don't know.
Just don't know.
It's really hard. We've done a lot of research. We worked with Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. We worked with White Coat Waste. Oh, by the way, Dr. Barnard, the head of Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, did send out an email, which I haven't seen yet. I think it just occurred. But we worked with several groups trying to find answers to those, and things just aren't overly transparent.
Representative Bixby and then Representative King.
So I believe that I'm not entirely sure of the funding stream, but I believe that some of the funding for the New Hampshire Agricultural Research Station does come from either indirectly or directly from state sources. Is agricultural research something that that this bill would cover?
I don't think so. it's geared towards specific product testing, like cosmetics or cleaning supplies or something. I don't know exactly what the
Follow up.
group does.
So, do you know of any state where there is state funds going towards product testing for the private sector?
I don't. I should. I don't.
Thank you.
Sorry. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to bring to the committee, the attention of the committee, an interesting part we haven't yet discussed, at least in the questions, I don't think, is the last part of it, which is the record keeping requirements. That seems almost like more important than the rest of it because, you know, whether, if I understand it correctly, and let me know if I do understand it correctly, that regardless of whether or not they get any state monies, regardless of whether or not they're doing product testing, if they're doing any animal testing whatsoever, they need to report that to the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate.
Right.
So that way, because we've already had a few questions here, well, what kind of testing is done? We don't know. It would be really nice for us to know what kind of animal testing is being done in this state, because it's hard to, if there is a problem, it's hard to fight that problem if you don't acknowledge or know where it is. So to me, that almost seems like the best part of the bill.
Right.
So do I have that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Is there a definition of a testing facility?
I don't know if it was put in here. I don't think so.
Because that would make it difficult to do the reporting.
Right. I don't. Before I got old, I could see without glasses. Yeah, I don't think that's one of the things that was defined. So, yeah, no testing facility. So others who come behind me may have further details.
Okay, Representative Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to catch up and understand it. I have a question on the last paragraph, 359V3. It says, beginning January 1st, every testing facility in the state shall make a report available to the Speaker of the House, the Representatives, President of the Senate, which includes the number of species of animals used, types of numbers of tests used, and the purpose of the testing for all methods. It doesn't say of groups who use state funds here.
Mm-hmm.
Is your intention to have this for any testing facility or just those who receive state funds?
My intention is for it, as Representative King mentioned, so that we can find out what really is happening where.
So this would be any group, UNH or private or whatever it is, or federal
Mm-hmm.
too. Is that correct? It wasn't clear, so make certain. Thank you.
I could certainly get that amended. I also don't know if you noticed the word annual is missing there, so I had that added into the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a slight addition for every testing facility. That could be student outcomes for, SATs. Testing could mean anything. So to insert animal back into that just for clarifying purposes. Thank you.
That could be done.
Representative, excuse me, Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming before us. Now, regarding the issue of the record keeping, I was just wondering why you decided to make the two entities to receive that information, the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate. I wouldn't normally think of them as being the folks that would keep that kind of record keeping as opposed to one of our health
Right.
departments.
I suspect that came originally from last year's Senate bill, but I didn't request it. It came from OLS that way, which I think is because it was in the Senate bill last year.
All right, so if there was an agency or department we thought might be the best department to keep these types of records and track them, you would not be, you wouldn't object to us making that change?
I would like to see what the agency would be, because I would, at least if it went to an agency, I would like oversight, and the Speaker and the Senate President may be able to do oversight rather than leaving an agency with no oversight.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Representative King.
Yeah, the question is for you, Madam Chair, or somebody else who might know. I think that was a really good question Representative Scully just asked. I do remember vaguely something like that happening with regarding transgender procedures in New Hampshire hospitals, that they had to report that to the Speaker of the House. So I don't think it's totally unwarranted for that sort of thing to happen. But I'm just curious if you know of any other examples, or in your experience, why that information OLS might have had that sent to the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate.
I don't know. They get a lot of reports of all kinds of different things. So yeah,
I think that the standard reporting for studies that are requested by the legislature is the Speaker and the President of the Senate.
Yeah.
And sometimes other entities are listed as well, but those are the standard ones for just about any report.
sometimes they're sent to the state library too. And sometimes they're sent to the governor's office. It depends. I don't know. So, I mean, if, we plan to do any work on this bill, certainly we can take a look and see who would be interested parties or recipients that we believe should get that information. So, yeah. Representative Potenza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just in following up with that, there's so many committees, studies, things that happen that the members of the public would really love to have that information, and it's not like a place that is found. So like after a study committee, and that's, if it's buried into the general court website and it's given to the President of the Senate and then the Speaker of the House, it would be really great if there was one repository for this type of information, if it's not directly assigned with an agency that makes sense, with what Representative Scully said. There's from DHHS to DES, all of those websites, they have lots of robust amount of information, but gosh, it would really be nice with all of the work that the legislature does with both sides of the aisle here, to have a repository for that kind of information. It's a lot of work that gets done, many, many hours, and then the public doesn't know about it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for introducing this bill to us. Appreciate it. And I would like to call up our New Hampshire Kid Governor, Jade Adams. Thank you for joining us today at the House Environment and Agriculture Committee. We appreciate you visiting us and giving us your thoughts on this particular piece of legislation.
Thank you.
Please tell us your name, where you're from, and then let us know what you think.
Don't have to do this part of it.
Bring the mic a little closer.
Speak up loud.
Good afternoon, committee chair and representatives. Thank you for having me. My name is Jade Adams, and I represent the New Hampshire's Kid Governor Program in New Hampshire Civics. I am the 2025 New Hampshire's Kid Governor, and I ran on a platform to end animal testing. I'm here today to support House Bill 401. Animal testing has been happening since as far back as 500 BC. That's more than 2,520 years ago. And every year, over 100 million animals are burned, crippled, poisoned, and abused in U.S. labs. They are injected with toxins and diseases that cause damage to their bodies and minds. Most of these experiments are painful, cause suffering, and even death to the animals. They live in tiny, empty cages all alone. Lab life is horrible and cruel. 99% of animals used in labs are exempt from the Animal Welfare Act protection laws. What's worse is that many of the animals are just killed after the experiments. And did you know that 9 out of 10 drug medicines that appear safe and effective in animal studies fail when given to humans? This is because these animals do not naturally have the same diseases as we do. I believe all animals should be loved and cared for, and I want to help make a positive difference in the lives of as many animals as I can. House Bill 401 will help lead us in this direction. We are wasting time, money, and lives. In fact, we are delaying real results. There are better alternatives that will produce better results for humans and animals. Animal testing is outdated, and with today's technology, it's time to fast forward from 500 BC to 2025 and end animal testing. Thank you for your time, and I ask you to vote OTP for House Bill 401.
Thank you. We appreciate you telling us your thoughts on this bill. And Representative King, you have a question for Jade?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jade, for your testimony. Can you tell me where you did your research?
It's not
The Humane Society.
the Humane Society.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We really
Thank you for
appreciate
having me.
hearing you. Yeah. All right. Next I have Kurt Ehrenberg.
I was going to say. I appreciate the. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg, and I'm the State Director of the Humane Society of the United States, now known as Humane World for Animals. And first thing I wanted to do was just address the fact that it's impossible to know how much animal testing is happening in the state of New Hampshire due to many factors. One is the limitation of federal law, the Animal Welfare Act, the federal law that requires research facilities to annually report their use of some warm-blooded animals, specifically exclude the species most commonly used in animal testing. How about that? Including mice, rats, and fish. Estimates are that these species represent as many as 95% of the animals used in research. For those species that are recorded, there is no requirement that the facility report the purpose of their use, so it is unclear how many are used in product testing. And another limitation to our ability to fully assess current animal testing happening in New Hampshire, companies must only report animal use under their headquarters location. This means that if a company has an animal testing facility in New Hampshire, but is headquartered in another state, those animals reported would appear to be used in another state. So that would be false information. In 2023, just 2 years ago, 3 research facilities headquartered in New Hampshire reported using animals covered by the AWA, the University of New Hampshire, Dartmouth College, and the Hidden Brook Farm. However, given the limitations in reporting requirements, it is impossible to know how many animals are actually being used in the state and how many facilities are doing the testing. And as has been talked about, HB 401 does contain an important reporting provision that would provide clarity about the number of animals being used in New Hampshire facilities receiving public funds. So I hope that is helpful to the committee in trying to untangle this web. So what this bill does do is when conducting any ingredient or product testing in the state, No testing facility receiving funding from the state of New Hampshire shall use a traditional animal test method unless such method is of direct benefit of animals. So that is in here, that Roman 3, direct benefit of animals means research or testing that is specifically designed to improve the health, well-being, or medical treatment of the species being used in the in testing. So I think that would cover many of the questions about the labs in the state that are used for diagnosing animal diseases and things like that under that provision, perhaps. So traditional animal test method is defined as a process or procedure using animals to obtain information on the characteristics of a chemical or agent that generates information regarding the ability of a chemical or agent to produce a specific biological effect under specific conditions. Direct benefit to the animals is defined as research in testing that is specifically designed to improve the health, well-being, or medical treatment of the species being used in testing. So if a testing facility violates this provision, it shall immediately lose its funding from the state of New Hampshire. And it also contains a reporting provision, as we mentioned. Now, while we support this bill, we would like to see a much more comprehensive approach to this in the state. And I think that there's opportunity for us to do that. But I think this is a good start. I know there are other people waiting to testify. It's been a long day here, so I'll stop here and take any questions.
Representative Bixby?
So would research done at UNH on dairy cattle for the purpose of determining feeding mixes that would improve the production, the milk production of the cattle, would that be considered, would that be under something that would be banned by this bill, or would that be acceptable?
Well, it would seem to me it benefits that animal, then it benefits
Right,
that animal.
But the idea is that the purpose would be to increase the milk production.
If it was, I don't know the answer to that, but that's why you're the people who have to clarify this.
Okay,
you know,
thank
but that's your job, fortunately. Yeah, so.
Okay. Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. You might not know this or not. That could be, maybe I could ask a question of someone else in the audience if they know. Obviously, we're going to say that we have no idea of people that are necessarily doing this right now. So let's say you said it's mainly common mice, rats, and what was the third? Fish.
95% is the.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if someone is doing that right now in their facility, whatever, let's say they're a manufacturing type facility of some sort of product or whatever, in New Hampshire, there's no doubt they have to, if they have animals and any of that happening, there's no way they would be doing that in New Hampshire without certain licensing. They would have to have that with hazardous, all of that. So we should be able to get that information. Have you looked in, has anybody looked into that piece of it? That's how we find the information, wouldn't you believe? Because that's licensing is key in stuff like that. You can't be testing on rats and mice without having certain licensing in New Hampshire.
Okay, I can't really comment on that, but what I do know is that the last time we had a bill in this legislature that dealt with animal testing was strong objections from Dartmouth College and the University of New Hampshire to it, and they made sure that bill got amended. It didn't pass, but it would have passed with the amendments that they cooperated, and they're certainly willing to, I think, tell us what they're doing if asked, and work toward a world where we're not testing on animals when there are better alternatives, and we can find out the information by other methods. And that is what this comes down to, and that is the kind of legislation that Humane World for Animals and other organizations like us are working toward. And this bill is a small step in the right direction, and we will be coming and hopefully get your support for more comprehensive legislation soon that will make New Hampshire a state that doesn't test on animals unnecessarily.
Okay, Representative Scully?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here and giving testimony. Did you say that animal testing is occurring in New Hampshire?
Yes.
Do you have the information, the reference, and the sources that you could provide to the committee?
What I
to
said,
back
and
that-
I can look into it further, I'm sorry, this is all I have today, is
All right, well, demonstrated need is always a wonderful reason for passing a bill. So if you can find that and provide it to us, it would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
okay.
Okay. Representative King, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I'm going to have an opportunity to ask anybody who might know better. I don't expect you to necessarily, but I'm curious about how much sway we would, or how much force this would have concerning federal military bases. Because I'm just thinking of like Fort Detrick in Maryland, and if Maryland passed a bill similar to this, would the feds even acknowledge it? You know, since a lot of that testing is on a U.S. military base, and I'm just wondering if our U.S. military base, would they just totally ignore our bill? I don't know. I feel like, especially considering a lot of the egregious animal testing happens on military bases, I just think that they would probably just ignore our bill completely. Yeah.
I think if it's federal property, it probably has different laws applying to the stuff that goes on there. I'm not sure about that, but it would, I mean, notwithstanding that question, it's still worth passing legislation that bans it, testing on animals unnecessarily.
So that begs the question, what defines unnecessarily? I mean,
So,
you
again-
you may think something is unnecessary, but the reason why people are testing
When there's
on something,
so the definition I'm going by is when there is a proven method to find the same information that does not test on animals, you use that method.
okay. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought the answer to that question was going to be it's unnecessary, which is not the right adjective, if you're talking about animal testing for that species that's going to improve their lives. It would be extrajudicial. We wouldn't really call it unnecessary, but I agree that unnecessary is a fuzzy kind of word.
Well, that's my that's
Yeah.
that's my characterization.
Right.
I don't think it's in here anywhere.
Sure. Okay.
I
Thank
may
you.
be using the wrong word. That happens.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee regarding this bill? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming and speaking with us. Zephyr Wood from Pembroke. Yes, sure. No. There you go.
Okay. Now can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Dear members of the committee, my name is Zephin. I am a law student speaking in strong support of HB 401. This bill is a common sense measure that ensures New Hampshire taxpayers are not forced to fund outdated, unethical, and inefficient product testing on animals. By eliminating state funding for these practices, New Hampshire can uphold fiscal responsibility, align its policies with federal advancements, and encourage the use of modern, human-relevant testing methods. Consumers today expect safe and effective products, but animal testing is neither the best nor the most reliable way to ensure product safety. Traditional tests on rabbits, mice, and other animals fail to account for human biological differences, often leading to misleading results. Many products that passed animal tests later cause harm to humans, while others that might be safe are needlessly discarded due to unreliable animal-based data. At the same time, taxpayers are funding these inefficient tests when superior alternatives already exist. Modern testing methods, including human cell-based models, computer simulations, and artificial intelligence-driven toxicity screenings, provide more efficient and accurate results without the ethical concerns of animal suffering. Investing in these alternatives not only benefits consumers, but also reduces wasteful spending on methods that science has already outgrown. Additionally, federal policymakers have recognized the shortcomings of animal testing and have acted accordingly. In 2022, Congress passed the FDA Modernization Act 2.0. I believe that was a bipartisan measure taken by Rand Paul and Cory Booker. So two senators who couldn't disagree with each other more about everything else but agreed on this issue. And what that did was it eliminated the federal mandate for animal testing and drug development and allowed companies to use more reliable alternatives. Additionally, the EPA has committed to phasing out chemical toxicity testing on mammals by 2035 in favor of modern non-animal methods. HB 401 follows the same logic by ensuring state resources are not wasted on obsolete animal testing practices for consumer products. New Hampshire would not be making a radical change. It would simply be aligning itself with the direction federal agencies are already taking and ensuring public funds are spent wisely. Beyond the financial and scientific arguments, HB 401 also addresses a significant ethical concern. State funds should not be used to support unnecessary suffering of animals when viable alternatives exist. Major companies across industries, ranging from cosmetics to household products, have already eliminated animal testing in favor of more effective, humane alternatives. Consumers overwhelmingly support this shift, with polling consistently showing that the public opposes taxpayer-funded animal testing for non-medical purposes. This bill does not prohibit all research involving animals. It simply ensures that state funds, specifically, are no longer used to support an outdated and cruel practice when better methods are available. So, in conclusion, HB 401 is a practical and necessary reform that ends taxpayer waste on ineffective and unnecessary product testing on animals. 2, aligns with New Hampshire policy with the federal government shift towards modern testing methods. And 3, encourages the superior humane alternatives that are more reliable for product safety. This bill does not compromise consumer safety. It actually strengthens it by promoting better, faster, and more ethical testing methods. I urge you to support HB 401 with OTP and ensure that New Hampshire moves forward with responsible, modern, and humane product testing policies. I just wanted to do a quick postscript. I think that the reporting requirement here is particularly important. I did a FOIA request to the state, trying to figure out the questions that you all are asking about, like, where does this money go? Is there any funding? Any of that. And the person who was completing my FOIA request seemed to not really know what to give me either. So I think that what this reporting requirement will do will actually make it so that we know what's going on in the state. We don't actually have a reliable mechanism of that. And so a big hope for this bill is that that mechanism is created. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Sure. So, Mr. Wood, thank you for coming and testifying. So, how do we as legislators legislate something that we don't know? I mean, if we don't know whether this is happening or not, what's Why would we legislate it?
Thank you for the question, and it's an excellent question. So there's two reasons why you should pass this bill, even if we don't have all of the information. One, and most importantly, it helps us get access to this information because once these entities start reporting, we'll be able to know what's happening and where to a greater degree than we currently do. And two, assuming that there's not even a single instance of this happening in the state, which I don't think is likely. It's still a principle that the citizens are on board with. So there's no real downside in passing something like this, even if the practical impact is minimal. But that being said, I'm not going to concede that the impact is minimal. I think that there is an impact there. We just need to find out what it is.
So you testified, you just said that that you think it is happening in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Where do you think this is happening? And do you have any facility in mind? Do you have an idea of that there is some facility receiving state funds that is doing these horrific tests on animals?
Yeah, so I don't specifically know because, like I said, I did the FOIA request, and they came back with kind of like an uncertain response of like, oh, well, there's these things that they involve like tests on animals, but a lot of them seemed medical in nature, and then a lot of them it was just unclear. So like I said, there's not really a mechanism for determining like who is actually doing it, but I would think that it would be the firms that we least expect. I mean, if anyone's following what's happening at the federal level, we're seeing that they're doing all kinds of crazy spending that we didn't even think was possible until it came to light. And I'm almost certain that there's something like this here as well.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and speaking with us this afternoon. Anybody else? I don't have
Thank you.
any more pink cards. Sure, please send up a pink card. Thank you so much. I appreciate you doing this. We have Joan O'Brien. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So I'm Joan O'Brien, and I'm here representing the New Hampshire Animal Rights League. And we're in support of HB 401 because we support any legislation that takes us one step further to ending any type of animal testing or animal research. I will echo what Kurt Ehrenberg said and our kid governor Jade. We really need something more comprehensive than this, like Senate Bill 97, which will outlaw the testing of cosmetics and products throughout the state. 12 other states have this. It's very popular with the public. Ask anybody, do you think we should be testing mascara on bunnies? And just about everybody will say, no, that's terrible. So it would be an easy thing to pass. What's harder to get people to accept is the biomedical stuff because it's sold as so important. We're going to find a cure for cancer. If we don't test on animals, we won't be able to find that cure. And a couple people have touched on the fact that a lot of that biomedical research is frivolous. Like, for example, we've got Federal Rep Mace. Her oversight committee is looking into some of these frivolous studies, like the one where they were testing to see if for toxoplasmosis by feeding cats cat meat. So they're finding all sorts of waste, and the universities that get these funds, they get them every year. It's really just a money grab. So every year you come up with some proposals that sound good, so you continue to get the funding for your studies. And I just wanted to put that out there because everybody is always harping on we have to exempt biomedical research. Well, just be aware that it's not all really going to, benefit humans. So it seems to me that what we've come down to, the two places that might be actually state funded and doing testing, not biomedical research testing, are the diagnostic lab and the animal science program at UNH. I don't know if they are testing. I thought the lab was mostly forensics. I could be wrong. With the study that Rep. Bixby was talking about with the cows, to see if different feed is more nutritious and produces less carbon. I know that they just put a cannula in the side of the cow. It's like a window, and then they feed them things and they watch. I don't know if that qualifies as product testing. It's not that invasive, but it's somewhat invasive. I would say it's probably more like biomedical. And just lastly, why should animal testing end? It's bad science. Great advances have been made. For example, we can test skin irritation rather than putting caustic chemicals onto rabbits. With we can create skin from real human tissue, and we can test on that. And it's more reliable. It's more predictive of what would happen on a human being, and it's also more economical. So in facilitating the transition to modern non-animal tests, New Hampshire can move things along by not using taxpayer money to fund cruel and outdated test methods. Thank you.
Thank you. You had mentioned some sort of Senate bill. Do you have what was that? Senate bill what?
97, is no longer active.
Oh, okay. Is that this year or last year?
Last year.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This kind of is a similar question that's been asked before. The two entities that you just mentioned, is any of that money really from the state? Isn't that all federal grants that are pushing that through?
For the diagnostic lab,
Correct.
Thanks for the question. Diagnostic lab and animal science, they're getting money from the state. Definitely. I don't know. The state funds all the university system to some degree.
Follow up? And then the example that you just gave of the cows in regards with that, is that New Hampshire?
Yes, it is. Sure, you can go up and see it, I think, at the Erickson Dairy Barn up at UNH in the animal science program.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing none, any other people want to speak or? Okay, I'm out of pink cards. And we have on the blue sheet a support of 90 people and opposition of 5. Do we have, can we grab the blue sheet up there? Thank you.
The 90 and 5 is
Online, yeah. There you go. I have 5 people in favor of this bill, HB 401, and I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 401. I want to thank everybody for coming this afternoon, testifying, and I guess we are done for today, and we are done with all of the bill hearings for this committee. Yay. We will be back as a full committee on Tuesday, March 11, next week, with a committee work session beginning at 9:30 to discuss the bills that we've heard. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening. Drive home safe.